Hi, welcome to Emerald Lake. We're reading fairy tales again. There's an ad about to start, but I wanted to jump in to be able to say thank you, Scratch Fury. Oh my gosh. Especially since we were trying to do the origami stream. Yeah, the mic arm is certainly something that would be helpful to have. I very much appreciate it. And ad is going. The arm that I picked out there, I grabbed because it looked like it was still good. I just had grabbed one of the ones that they recommended. I wasn't looking closely at things when I first got them because I was like, well, I have nothing. I'll just grab what they've got. I didn't do any homework. So this time I was looking at them and grabbed something that would be just good for setting this up and not too expensive. Because yeah, I saw some of you were in the comments saying stuff like, okay, so maybe you guys want to get it, but I need to make it not expensive. So I'm glad that I changed it. The one that you suggested looked nice too. I was just like, oh, I'll go with whatever is little. Oh, hey, that mic arm looks like the one I have. Mine is black though. That's when I first was looking at it, it showed as black, but then when I clicked on it, it was like, oh, white is the only one that's available. Okay. It came bundled with your microphone. My microphone is a hand-me-down, and I'm hoping to get a fancy, nice one eventually, but it's not as pressing. This one is still definitely doing the job. Yeah, you can always upgrade in the future and have some more arms. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea. So I kept the other expensive one. I put it on the save for later, so it exists somewhere. But it's not currently something being used. Yeah. Well, here we are settling in for fairy tales tonight. I'm very glad to be doing some more stories. Kind of doing the original stuff again. It's fun. And what I have planned so far, is I've got one of the stories from the fairy tale book, the Green Fairy book, as we've been reading through them, and then a recommendation from Cage that I was given a while ago, but then I forgot about it, and because we were doing cranes in the origami stream, I was reminded, and so we'll read that one next after this first one. But it's just classic, classic fairy tales time. So let's do these things. I'll change this up. Okay. I usually prep at least the first text ahead of time, but I did not this time. It was what it was gonna be. Hi, Fat. It's an interesting name. It's Prince Featherhead and the Princess Celandine. Ooh. That needs to be going with. Whoa! A bunch more bits. Thank you. You do that. You just drop bits. You did that in the other stream. Thank you. Definitely not necessary. If we can give a little cheer. I'm giving a couple of frogs. There you go. Because thank you. Thank you, not Steven. I don't know how much you would care about pronunciation on that, because it's a tough one, all those consonants right next to each other. But anyway. So you can just say Stephen. Stephen? Okay, that works. Not Stephen or Stephen. I mean, either one. But okay. um, let's do that. This is the story. Still a bit big, that text. There we go. Okay, here we are. Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Either's fine. Well, okay, that works. Okay, thank you very much, and I'm gonna get into the first story. Thank you guys for sending the love, Steven's way. Here we go. Prince Featherhead and the Princess Celandine. Once upon a time, there lived a king and queen who were the best creatures in the world, and so kind-hearted that they could not bear to see their subjects want for anything. The consequence was that they gradually gave away all their treasures, till they positively had nothing left to live upon. And this coming to the ears of their neighbor, King Bruin, he promptly raised a large army and marched into their country. The poor king, having no means of defending his kingdom, was forced to disguise himself with a false beard, and carrying his only son, the little Prince Featherhead, in his arms, and accompanied by the queen, to make the best of his way into the wild country. They were lucky enough to escape the soldiers of King Bruin, and at last, after unheard of fatigues and adventures, they found themselves in a charming green valley, through which flowed a stream clear as crystal and overshadowed by beautiful trees. Hello Mad Max, hello Brady. We're just starting this story. It's been going well. I'm gonna keep reading, but glad you are here. As they looked round them with delight, a voice said suddenly, "Fish, and see what you will catch." Now the king had always loved fishing, and never went anywhere without a fish hook or two in his pocket. So he drew one out hastily, and the queen lent him her girdle to fasten to, and it had hardly touched the water before it caught a big fish, which made them an excellent meal, and not before they needed it, for they had found nothing until then but a few wild berries and roots. Happy to be here. Happy to have you. Okay. They thought that for the present they could not do better than stay in this delightful place, and the king set to work and soon built a bower of branches to shelter them. And when it was finished, the queen was so charmed with it, she declared nothing was lacking to complete her happiness but a flock of sheep, which she and the little prince might tend while the king fished. They soon found that the fish were not only abundant and easily caught, but also very beautiful, with glittering scales of every imaginable hue, and before long the king discovered that he could teach them to talk and whistle better than any parrot. Man, I wouldn't want to be eating them anymore if that happened. Then he determined to carry some to the nearest town and try to sell them. And as no one had ever before seen any like them, the people flocked about him eagerly, and bought all he had caught, so that presently not a house in the city was considered complete without a crystal bowl full of fish. Oh, so they are keeping them as pets, oh cool. And the king's customers were very particular about having them to match the rest of the furniture, and gave him a vast amount of trouble in choosing them. However, the money he obtained in this way enabled him to buy the queen her flock of sheep, as well as many of the other things which go to make life pleasant, so that they never once regretted their lost kingdom. Now it happened that the fairy of the beech woods lived in the lovely valley to which chance had led the poor fugitives, and it was she who had, in pity for their forlorn condition, sent the king such good luck to his fishing, and generally taken them under her protection. This she was all the more inclined to do as she loved children, And little Prince Featherhead, who never cried and grew prettier day by day, quite won her heart. She made the acquaintance of the king and the queen without at first letting them know that she was a fairy, and they soon took a great fancy to her, and even trusted her with a precious prince, whom she carried off to her palace, where she regaled him with cakes and tarts and every other good thing. This was the way she chose of making him fond of her, but afterwards, as he grew older, she spared no pains in educating and training him as a prince should be trained. But, unfortunately, in spite of all her care, he grew so vain and frivolous that he quitted his peaceful country life in disgust, and rushed eagerly after all the foolish gaieties of the neighboring town, where his handsome face and charming manners speedily made him popular. The king and queen deeply regretted this alteration to their son, but did not know how to mend matters, since the good old fairy had made him so self-willed. Just at this time, the fairy of the beech woods received a visit from an old friend of hers, called Celandine, who rushed into her house so breathless with rage that she could hardly speak. "Dear, dear, what is the matter?" said the fairy of the beech woods soothingly. "The matter?" cried Celandine. "You shall soon hear all about it. You know that, not content with endowing Celandine, Princess of the Summer Islands, with everything she could desire to make her charming, I actually took the trouble to bring her up myself. And now, what does she do but come to me with more coaxings and caresses than usual to beg a favor? And what do you suppose this favor turns out to be, when I have been cajoled into promising to grant it? Nothing more nor less than a request that I take back all my gifts, since, says my young madam, if I have the good fortune to please you, how am I to know that it is really I myself? And that's how it will be all my life long, whenever I meet anybody. You see what a weariness my life will be to me under these circumstances, and yet I assure you I am not ungrateful to you for all your kindness." "I did all I could," continued Celandine, "to make her think better of it, but in vain. So, after going through the usual ceremony for taking back my gifts, I'm come to you for a little peace and quietness. But after all, I have not taken anything of consequence from this provoking Celandine. Nature had already made her so pretty, and given her such a ready wit of her own, that she will do perfectly well without me. However, I thought she deserved a little lesson, so to begin with, I have whisked her off into the desert and there left her." "Wow. What? All alone and without any means of existence?" cried the kind-hearted old fairy. "You had better hand her over to me. I don't think so very badly of her after all. I'll just cure her vanity by making her love someone better than herself. Really, when I come to consider it, I declare the little minx has shown more spirit and originality in the matter than one expects of a princess." Celandine willingly consented to this arrangement, and the old fairy's first care was to smooth away all the difficulties which surrounded the princess, and led her by the mossy path overhung with trees to the bower of the great king and queen, who still pursued their peaceful life in the valley. They were immensely surprised at her appearance, but her charming face, and the deplorably ragged condition to which the thorns and briars had reduced her once elegant attire, speedily won their compassion. They recognized her as a companion in misfortune, and the queen welcomed her heartily, and begged her to share their simple repast. Celandine gracefully accepted their hospitality, and soon told them what had happened to her. The king was charmed with her spirit, while the queen thought she had indeed been daring thus to go against the fairy's wishes. "Since it has ended in my meeting you," said the princess, "I cannot regret the step I have taken, and if you will let me stay with you, I shall be perfectly happy." The king and queen were only too delighted to have this charming princess to supply the place of Prince Featherhead, whom they saw but seldom, since the fairy had provided him with a place with a palace in the neighboring town, where he lived in the greatest luxury and did nothing but amuse himself from morning to night. So Celandine stayed and helped the queen to keep house, and very soon they loved her dearly. When the fairy of the beech woods came to them, they presented the princess to her and told her story, little thinking that the fairy knew more about Celandine than they did. The old fairy was equally delighted by her, and often invited her to visit her leafy palace, which was the most enchanting place that could be imagined, and full of treasures. Often she would say to the princess, when showing her some wonderful thing, "This will do for a wedding gift some day," and Celandine could not help thinking that it was to her that the fairy meant to give the 2 blue wax torches which burned without ever getting smaller, or the diamond from which more diamonds were continually growing, or the boat that sailed under water, or whatever beautiful or wonderful thing they might happen to be looking at. It is true that she never said so positively, but she certainly allowed the princess to believe it, because she thought a little disappointment would be good for her. But the person she really relied upon for curing Celandine of her vanity, was Prince Featherhead. The old fairy was not at all pleased with the way he had been going on for some time, but her heart was so soft towards him that she was unwilling to take him away from the pleasures he loved, except by offering him something better, which is not the most effectual mode of correction, though it is without a doubt the most agreeable. Yeah, go ahead, grab your noodles. We'll be here. However, she did not even hint to the princess that Featherhead was anything but absolutely perfect, and talked of him so much that when at last she announced that he was coming to visit her, Celandine made up her mind that this delightful prince would be certain to fall in love with her at once, and was quite pleased at the idea. The old fairy thought so too, but as this was not at all what she wished, she took care to throw such an enchantment over the princess that she appeared to Featherhead quite ugly and awkward, though to everyone else she looked just as usual. So when he arrived at the leafy palace, more handsome and fascinating even than ever she had been led to expect, he hardly so much as glanced at the princess, but bestowed all his attention upon the old fairy, to whom he seemed to have 100 things to say. The princess was immensely astonished at his indifference, and put on a cold and offended air, which, however, he did not seem to observe. Then, as a last resource, she exerted all her wit and gaiety to amuse him, but with no better success, for he was of an age to be more attracted by beauty than by anything else, and though he responded politely enough, it was evident that his thoughts were elsewhere. Celandine was deeply mortified, since for her part the prince pleased her very well, and for the first time she bitterly regretted the fairy gifts she had been anxious to get rid of. Prince Featherhead was almost equally puzzled, for he had heard nothing from the king and queen but the praises of this charming princess, and the fact that they had spoken of her so very beautiful only confirmed his opinion that the people who live in the country have no taste. He talked to them of his charming acquaintances in the town, to the beauties he had did admire, or thought he was going to admire, until Celandine, who heard it all, was ready to cry with vexation. The fairy, too, was quite shocked at his conceit, and hit upon a plan for curing him of it. She sent him by an unknown messenger a portrait of Princess Celandine as she really was, with this inscription: "All this beauty and sweetness, with a loving heart and a great kingdom, might have been yours, but for your well-known fickleness." This message made a great impression upon the prince, but not so much as the portrait. He positively could not tear his eyes away from it, and exclaimed aloud that never, never had he seen anything so lovely and so graceful. Then he began to think that it was too absurd that he, the fascinating Featherhead, should fall in love with a portrait, and to drive away the recollections of his haunting eyes, he rushed back to the town, but somehow everything seemed changed. The beauties no longer pleased him, their witty speeches had ceased to amuse, and indeed, for their parts, they found the prince far less amiable than of yore, and were not sorry when he declared that, after all, a country life suited him best, and went back to the leafy palace. Meanwhile, the Princess Celandine had been finding the time pass but slowly with the king and queen, and was only too pleased when Featherhead reappeared. She at once noticed the change in him, and was deeply curious to find the reason of it. Far from avoiding her, he now sought her company, and seemed to take pleasure in talking to her, and yet the princess did not for a moment flatter herself with the idea that he was in love with her, though it did not take her long to decide that he certainly loved someone. But one day the princess, wandering sadly by the river, spied Prince Featherhead fast asleep in the shade of a tree, and stole nearer to enjoy the delight of gazing at his dear face unobserved. Judge of her astonishment when she saw that he was holding in his hand a portrait of herself. In vain did she puzzle over the apparent contradictions of his behavior. Why did he cherish her portrait while he was so fatally indifferent to herself? At last she found an opportunity of asking him the name of the princess, whose picture he carried about with him always. "Alas, how can I tell you?" replied he. "Why should you not?" said the princess timidly. "Surely there is nothing to prevent you." "Nothing to prevent me," repeated he, "when my utmost efforts have failed to discover the lovely original. Should I be so sad if I could but find her? But I do not even know her name." More surprised than ever, the princess asked to be allowed to see the portrait, and after examining it for a few minutes returned, remarking shyly that at least the original had every cause to be satisfied with it. "That means you consider it flattered," said the prince severely. "Really, Celandine, I thought better of you, and should have expected you to be above such contemptible jealousy, but all women are alike." "Indeed, I meant only that it was a good likeness," said the princess meekly. "Then you know the original," cried the prince, throwing himself on his knees beside her. "Pray tell me at once who it is, and don't keep me in suspense." "Oh, don't you see that it is meant for me?" cried Celandine. The prince sprang to his feet, hardly able to refrain from telling her that she must be blinded by vanity to suppose she resembled the lovely portrait even in the slightest degree. After gazing at her for an instant with icy surprise, turned and left her without another word, and in a few hours quitted the leafy palace altogether. This is the first break where it's not immediately actions going through again, but that fairy was just wild to be like, I have to cure this girl of vanity for her being, hey, I want to know what people think of me without fairy gifts. Like, I don't see that as terribly vain. I guess I misunderstand her, but then, oh yeah, no, the prince is fine. He's not vain until the very moment, like, the way they described it, he's been sounding vain the whole time he left the little country, and so for him to only be finally realized as like a problem after he's weird when he gets back. You took a long time, lady. My gosh, no. And you have a whole system to cure her, but you have barely anything for him? That's But okay, here we go. Now the princess was indeed unhappy, and could no longer bear to stay in a place where she had been so cruelly disdained. So without even bidding farewell to the king and queen, she left the valley behind her and wandered sadly away, not caring whither. After walking until she was weary, she saw before her a tiny house, and turned her slow steps toward it. The nearer she approached, the more miserable it appeared, and at length she saw a little old woman sitting upon the doorstep, who said grimly, Here comes one of those fine beggars who are too idle to do anything but run about the country. Oh, thanks for the redeem. I'll quickly stretch, yes. Okay. A good little back twisty. Oh, what are you doing, model? Chill out. Okay. Alas, madam, said Celandine, with tears in her pretty eyes, a sad fate forces me to ask you for shelter. Didn't I tell you what it would be? Growled the old hag. From shelter we shall proceed to demand supper, and from supper money to take us on our way. Upon my word, if I could be sure of finding someone every day whose head was as soft as his heart, I wouldn't wish for a more agreeable life myself. But I have worked hard to build my house and secure a morsel to eat, and I suppose you think that I am to give away everything to the first passer-by who chooses to ask for it. Not at all. I wager that a fine lady like you has more money than I have. I must search her and see if it is not so, she added, hobbling towards Celandine with the aid of her stick. Alas, madam, replied the princess, I only wish I had. I would give it to you with all the pleasure in my life. But you are smartly dressed for the kind of life you lead, continued the old woman. What? Cried the princess. Do you think I am come to beg of you? What? Okay, she said. I don't know about that, answered she, but at any rate you don't seem to have come to bring me anything. But what is it that you do want? Shelter? Well, that does not cost much, but after that comes supper, and that I can't hear of. Oh dear, no. Why, at your age one is always ready to eat, and now you have been walking, and I suppose you are ravenous. Indeed, no, madam, answered the poor princess. I am too sad to be hungry. Oh, well, if you will promise to go on being sad, you may stay for the night, said the old woman mockingly. Thereupon she made the princess sit down beside her and began fingering her silken robe while she muttered, Lace on top, lace underneath. This must have cost you a pretty penny. It would have been better to save enough to feed yourself and not come begging to those who want all they have for themselves. Pray, what may you have paid for these fine clothes? The old lady's not saying lies, but it is like... I wasn't expecting this to be in this story. I don't know. Hidden little ramble. Alas, madam, answered the princess, I did not buy them, and I know nothing about money. What do you know, if I may ask? Said the old dame. Not much, but indeed I am very unhappy, cried Celandine, bursting into tears, and if my services are any good to you... Services, interrupted the hag crossly. One has to pay for services, and I am not above doing my own work. Madam, I will serve you for nothing, said the poor princess, whose spirits were sinking lower and lower. I will do anything you please. All I wish is to live quietly in this lonely spot. Oh, I know you are only trying to take me in, answered she. If I do let you serve me, is it fitting that you should be so much better dressed than I am? If I keep you, will you give me your clothes and wear some that I will provide you with? It is true that I am getting old and may want someone to take care of me some day. Oh, for pity's sake, do what you please with my clothes, cried poor Celandine miserably. What the heck? You can't look better than me. I have to take your clothes. Oh, what? But okay. And the old woman hobbled off with great alacrity and fetched a little bundle containing a wretched dress, such as the princess had never even seen before, and nimbly skipped around, helping her to put it on instead of her own rich robe, with many exclamations of, Saints, what a magnificent lining! And the width of it, it will make me 4 dresses at least. Why, child, I wonder you could walk under such a weight, and certainly in my house you would not have had room to turn around. So saying, she folded up the robe and put it by with great care, while she remarked to Celandine, That dress of mine certainly suits you to a marvel. Be sure you take great care of it. Um, Ma'am, I don't need to learn your trees. Hello, microwave cunt. Yes, those those are my antlers. But thank you for the concern. I appreciate it. I'm a deer woman, so I ought to have antlers. Okay. So this old lady is saying, take care of my piece of shit dress that you're now wearing. When supper time came, she went into the house, declining all the princess's offers of assistance, and shortly afterwards brought out a very small dish, saying, "Now let us sup." Whereupon she handed Celandine a small piece of black bread and uncovered the dish, which contained 2 dried plums. "We will have one between us," continued the old dame, "and as you are the visitor, you shall have the half which contains the stone. But be very careful that you don't swallow it, for I keep them against the winter, and you have no idea what a good fire they make. Now you take my advice, which won't cost you anything, and remember that it is always more economical to buy fruit with stones on this account." "All right, thank you, old woman." Celandine, absorbed in her own sad thoughts, did not even hear this prudent counsel, and quite forgot to eat her share of the plum. I thought it was going to be, and she just swallowed the pit, and then everything went haywire. But okay, cool, she didn't even eat. Which delighted the old woman, who put it by carefully for her breakfast, saying, "I am very much pleased with you, and if you go on as you have begun, we shall do very well, and I can teach you many useful things which people don't generally know. For instance, look at my house. It is built entirely of the seeds of all the pears I have eaten in my life." What? That's a shit ton of pears. And did you only have, like, a wall for part of you? How? What? Now most people throw them away, and that only shows what a number of things are wasted for want of a little patience and ingenuity. I'll give you that, but just, wow, okay. But Celandine did not find it possible to be interested in the Yannies, I don't know why. Celandine did not find it possible to be interested in this and similar pieces of advice, and the old woman soon sent her to bed for fear the night air might give her an appetite. She passed a sleepless night, but in the morning the old dame remarked, "I heard how well you slept." No. After such a night you cannot want any breakfast, so while I do my household tasks, you had better stay in bed, since the more one sleeps the less one need eat. And as it is market day, I will go to town and buy a penny worth of bread for the week's eating. And so she chattered on, but poor Celandine did not hear or heed her. She wandered out into the desolate country to think over her sad fate. This is just like, she's so depressed over this one guy, like, not liking her, but it seems like so severe. I guess, to be fair, she also had already lost how she was being raised because the fairy got mad at her, but wow. I wouldn't have thought that that was a reason to leave the king and queen that were treating you so well. Anyway. However, the good fairy of the beech woods did not want her to be starved, so she sent her an unlooked for relief. In the shape of a beautiful white cow, which followed her back to the tiny house. When the old woman saw it, her joy knew no bounds, of course. "Now we can have milk and cheese and butter," cried she. "Ah, how good milk is! What a pity it is so ruinously expensive." They made a little shelter of branches for the beautiful creature, which was quite gentle, and followed Celandine about like a dog when she took it out every day to graze. One morning, as she sat by a little brook, Thinking sadly, she suddenly saw a young stranger approaching and got up quickly, intending to avoid him. But Prince Featherhead, for it was he, perceiving her at the same moment, rushed toward her with every demonstration of joy, for he had recognized her, not as the Celandine whom he had sighted, but as the lovely princess whom he had sought vainly for so long. The fact was that the fairy of the beech woods, thinking she had been punished enough, had withdrawn the enchantment from her and transferred it to Featherhead, thereby in an instant depriving him of the good looks. This is what we needed. We needed to make him go down a couple pegs. That's what we needed. Deprived him of his good looks, which had done him so much toward making him the fickle creature he was. Throwing himself down at the princess's feet, he implored her to stay and at least speak to him, and she was at last consented, but only because he seemed to wish it so very much. After that he came every day in the hope of meeting her again, and often expressed his delight at being with her. But one day, when he had been begging Celandine to love him, she confided to him that it was quite impossible, since her heart was already entirely occupied by another. "I have," said she, "the unhappiness of a loving prince who is fickle, frivolous, proud, incapable of caring for anyone but himself, who has been spoilt by flattery, and, to crown all, who does not love me." But, cried Prince Featherhead, "surely you cannot care for so contemptible and worthless a creature as that." "Oh, dude, alas, but I do care," answered the princess, weeping. "But where can his eyes be," said the prince, "that your beauty makes no impression upon him? As for me, since I have possessed your portrait, I have wondered for the whole world to find you, and now we have met, I see that you are 10 times lovelier than I could have imagined, and I would give all I own to win your love." "My portrait?" cried Celandine with sudden interest. "Is it possible that Prince Featherhead can have parted with it?" "He would part with his life sooner, lovely princess," answered he. "I can assure you of that, for I am Prince Featherhead." At the same moment, the fairy of the beechwood took away the enchantment. No! He didn't learn anything. He did that way too soon. The heck? Okay. She takes away the enchantment, and the happy princess recognized her lover, now truly hers, for the trials they had both undergone had so changed and improved them that they were capable of a real love for each other. You may imagine how perfectly happy they were, and how much they had to hear and to tell. But at length it was time to go back to the little house, and as they went along, Celandine remembered for the first time what a ragged old dress she was wearing, and what an odd appearance she must present. But the prince declared that it became her vastly, and that he thought it most picturesque. When they reached the house, the old woman received them very crossly. "I declare," said she, "that it's perfectly true. Wherever there is a girl, you may be sure that a young man will appear before long. But don't imagine that I'm going to have you here, not a bit of it. Be off with you, my fine fellow." Prince Featherhead was inclined to be angry at this uncivil reception, but he was really too happy to care much, so he only demanded, on Celandine's behalf, that the old dame should give her back her own attire, that she might go away suitably dressed. This request roused her to fury, since she had counted upon the princess's fine robes to clothe her for the rest of her life, so that it was some time before the prince could make himself heard to explain that he was willing to pay for them. "I'm sorry, you were going to wear the one dress for the rest of your life? Okay. Alrighty." The sight of a handful of gold pieces somewhat mollified her, however, and after making them both promise faithfully that on no consideration would they ask for the gold back again, she took the princess into the house and grudgingly doled out to her just enough of her gay attire to make her presentable, while the rest she pretended to have lost. After this they found that they were very hungry, for one cannot live on love, and more than on air. And then the old woman's lamentations were louder than before. What? She cried. Feed people who were as happy as all that? Why, it was simply ruinous. But as the prince began to look angry, she, with many sighs and mutterings, brought out a morsel of bread, a bowl of milk, and 6 plums, with which the lovers were well content, for as long as they could look at one another they really did not know what they were eating. It seemed as if they would go on forever with their reminiscences, and the prince telling how he had wandered all over the world from beauty to beauty, always to be disappointed when he found that no one resembled the portrait. The princess wondering how it was he could have been so long with her, and yet never have recognized her, and over again pardoning him for his cold and haughty behavior to her. Oh no, she's gonna get turned into a newt or something. Yeah, I'm waiting for something like that. When is that gonna happen? It's not happening. For, she said, you see, Featherhead, I love you, and love makes everything right, but we cannot stay here, she added. What are we to do? The prince thought they had better find their way to the Fairy of the Beech Woods, and put themselves once more under her protection. Sorry, I'm so late, Raven. Hey, it's so funny when you guys say sorry I'm late, because I'm like, you're not required to be here. Watching my stream is not your job. It's a nice thing. I like it, but I had no expectations of you. It is only an extra gift that you are here. Your presence is present enough. Hee hee hee. Okay, where were we though? And they had hardly agreed upon this course to go live with the fairy, when 2 little chariots wreathed with jasmine and honeysuckle suddenly appeared, and stepping into them, they whirled away to the leafy palace. Just before they lost sight of the little house, they heard loud cries and lamentations from the miserly old dame, and looking round, perceived that the beautiful cow was vanishing in spite of her frantic efforts to hold it fast, and they afterwards heard that she spent the rest of her life in trying to put the handful of gold the piece had thrown to her into her money bag. For the fairy, as a punishment for her avarice, caused it to slip out again as soon as she dropped it in. So they punished the old lady for being a little too salty about everything. Oh, that lady had been struggling her whole... She lived in a house made of pear stones. She had every reason to be pinching and struggling. Oh my gosh. A viewer is never early, nor are they late. They arrive precisely when they mean to. Beautiful quote, Tetra. I know I just have an overdeveloped sense of both guilt and loyalty, for lack of a better word. It's very fair. Yeah, no, I get it. I know what you mean. Like, it's not that strong of emotion, but yeah. I feel you. I understand. But that's why I'm also going to tell you every time you say it. I'm going to remind you, hey, you're good. It's all okay. Okay, last paragraph. Here we go. The Fairy of the Beech Woods ran to welcome the prince and princess with open arms, only too delighted to find them so much improved that she could, with a clear conscience, begin to spoil them again. Very soon, the fairy Celandine also arrived, bringing the king and queen with her. Princess Celandine implored her pardon, which she graciously gave. Indeed, the princess was so charming she could refuse her nothing. She also restored her to the Summer Islands, and promised her protection in all things. The Fairy of the Beech Woods then informed the king and queen that their subjects had chased King Bruin from the throne, and were waiting to welcome them back again, but they at once abdicated in favor of Prince Featherhead, declaring that nothing could induce them to forsake their peaceful life, and the fairies undertook to see the prince and princess established in their beautiful kingdoms. Their marriage took place the next day, and they lived happily ever afterwards, for Celandine was never vain, and Featherhead was never fickle any more. That's cute. I'm gonna say how I hope that they properly rule their kingdoms. I don't know how far apart their kingdoms are. Glad that she gets to still be in charge of hers. That's good. I get that. I already lost some attendance points from the last stream. You're fine, Tetra. You're fine. Attendance points. Like I have to do an attendance sheet and I'll yell at you guys when you're not here. Of course not. Thanks for the follow. Breadicus Toastalicus or Toastalicious? Toastalicus? I don't know how you would say that one. My brain's not doing the Latin-y thing right now. But thank you. Okay. It is. Breadicus Toastalicus. I think it's gotta be that. Anyway. Okay, so that was that story. It was a fun one. It was something. This is the time to be dropping some trigger requests. And then the next story is gonna be Tsuru no Ongaeshi, I think. From Cage. Cage recommended this one, and I thought that we would do that. Oh, there we go. Okay, we'll start with keys because it came in first, and then we'll do scissor snips, and then we'll move on to the next story. Alright, here we go. Don't freak out, model. Oh, I do really love those little frogs. Or that looks like toads. Kind of like the hypno toad. I like it a lot. It's very cute, Mad Max. Okay, and that was our keys. Off to scissors. These scissors aren't really scissoring as much as they should. Maybe I need to be cutting something with it soon. But alright, there's the scissors. Why do half the titles in ASMR category prominently feature ear licking? I guess because other people like it. I want to say don't yuck their yum, but personally, yeah, I'm not up for that. I don't enjoy it. But I guess if enough people request it, they're gonna do it. That's capitalism, baby. Okay. Humming. Thank you for the follow. Alright, here's some hummings. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, fair enough, Gage. Let's keep it cozy while we're here, at least. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Perfect Frau react to gentle persons. Perfect. Thanks, Fred. That sounds fun. I'd like to learn it on the guitar. I just know it on humming. That's all I got. Thanks, Fetster. I hope it's going well. I hope you're fans of this. I hope you're not sticking around for this when you're like, actually, I really hate how Raven does everything. Oh my gosh. But tell me if you do have a significant note on it. Oh yes. Oh gosh, my brain. That's ode to joy, right? What was the childhood memory, Mad? Go ahead and drop it. And I'll do just one more little. I'm in the wrong freaking key for this, but my brain wanted to do it. Thanks for the follow, Peachy Wolves. Your mother used to sing songs so I could fall asleep when I was young. That's a classic. It's a soft, sweet little childhood memory to hold on to. I'm glad that you could think about that. It's a nice little thing to pull out of the woodwork. Alright, if we don't have any other redeems, I'm going to move on to our next story. So I'll change this up. Send you. And it'll say Tsuru no Ongaeshi, I think is how you would say Ongaeshi. With two vowels next to each other. I'm not entirely sure with Japanese how to pronounce it, but I think that's it. This is crane stories, so we have a couple little things. I tried to pull up a little bit stuff. I have 3 versions of it that I could grab, because there's the crane wife and like how the Ongaeshi, okay, cool. I wasn't sure with the A, but we've got a few different cranes return of a favor. That's the 2. So okay, we're gonna start with the one little version of it. They're all very short, but we're gonna read each version, just because I was trying to find the things. And here we go. Long ago, in a far-off land, there lived a young man. One day, while working on his farm, a brilliant white crane came swooping down and crashed to the ground at his feet. The man noticed an arrow pierced through one of its wings. Taking pity on the crane, he pulled out the arrow and cleaned the wound. Thanks to his care, the bird was soon able to fly again. The young man sent the crane back to the sky, saying, "Be careful to avoid hunters." The crane circled 3 times over his head, let out a cry as if in thanks, and then flew away. I'm from Norway, and we know a bit about the Norwegian folktales. Oh yes, I haven't gotten into the Norwegian folktales, but that's a whole section on the website that I've been reading from, so I'm sure we'll get there someday. As the day grew dark, the young man made his way home. When he arrived, he was surprised by the sight of a beautiful woman whom he had never seen before, standing at the doorway. "Welcome home, I am your wife," said the woman. The young man was surprised and said, "I am very poor and cannot support you." The woman answered, pointing to a small sack, "Don't worry, I have plenty of rice," and began preparing dinner. The young man was puzzled, but the 2 began a happy life together, and the rice sack, mysteriously, remained full as always. One day the wife asked the young man to build her a weaving room. When it was completed, she said, "You must promise never to peek inside." With that, she shut herself up in the room. The young man waited patiently for her to come out. Finally, after 7 days, the sound of the loom stopped, and his wife, who had become very thin, stepped out of the room holding the most beautiful cloth he had ever seen. "Take this cloth to the marketplace, and it will sell for a high price," said the wife. The next day the young man brought it to town, and just as she had said, it sold for many coins. Happy, he returned home. The wife then returned to the room and resumed weaving. Curiosity began to overtake the man, who wondered, how can she weave such beautiful cloth with no thread? Soon he could stand it no longer, and, desperate to know his wife's secret, peeked into the room. To his great shock, his wife was gone. Instead, a crane sat silently at the loom, weaving a cloth, plucking out its own feathers for thread. The bird then noticed the young man peeking in and said, "I am the crane that you saved. I wanted to repay you, so I became your wife. But now that you have seen my true form, I can stay here no longer." Then, handing the man the finished cloth, it said, "I leave you this to remember me by." The crane then abruptly flew off into the sky and disappeared forever. The end. I gotta say, this does fully equate women to being just a piece of something, like an ownership, because, oh, well, it's done. She was just doing things. It was never about love there. Okay, here we go. The second version of this is The Crane Wife. It's a little bit different version of the story and stuff, but it comes from the same thing, I guess. But here we go. Yuhei was a poor farmer. One day he found a wounded bird at his door. Yuhei brought the bird inside and cared for her until she was strong enough to fly away. The next day, a mysterious woman showed up at Yuei's house. They fell in love and eventually married. I interpreted it differently. Yeah, well, that's definitely the leading things. It's gratitude and trust, but like, I'm picking out the little undertone things when I say something like that. It's not the leading piece for sure, but it's just like being more aware of the things that like people say without saying. Yeah. Very fair to not see any of that interpretation in it, though. Okay, this time they say specifically that they fell in love and eventually married. So I will say that this one, so far, reading differently. Times were tough for Yuhei and his wife, but she got a loom and wove fabric for them to sell. She produced unimaginably beautiful fabric, and Yuhei sold it for a lot of money. Yuhei pressured his wife to make more fabric, even as her health mysteriously deteriorated. Yuhei's wife had made him promise never to open the door to her room while she was working, but he couldn't resist. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Probably not an intent, probably just how things were at the time, yeah. But here we are. This version, I guess they kind of said that in the last one. She was strangely thinner after the first thing, so I guess this is just real, but it's interesting. But he couldn't resist. One day, Yuhei opened the door and saw a beautiful crane plucking her feathers to weave the fabric. Now that Yuhei knew her secret, her magic was broken, and she flew away. This article then has a bit more stuff at the bottom. It's more info about the story, so here we go. The story of the Crane Wife is an old Japanese fairy tale, but sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. Dr. George W. Archibald didn't marry a crane, but he slept with one, danced with one, and helped her get pregnant. What? Oh my god. George is the founder of the International Crane Foundation. He started his foundation in 1973. At that time, there were fewer than 50 cranes in the world and even fewer in captivity. Of this, I did not know. Yeah, I bet. This is one of the links I found to this. I don't know. I'm assuming they mean they literally slept in the same bed. They're not. But anyway, okay. One of these captive cranes was named Tex. Tex was raised with humans and thought of herself as a human. Since cranes were in danger of dying out, it was crucial for Tex to get pregnant. The problem was that Tex wasn't attracted to other cranes. She needed a human surrogate mate, and George volunteered. He pulled a mattress into Tex's pen, and they began to sleep together. Okay, so yeah, this is just them being cozy, I guess. Oh, thanks, Turtle Boy. Well, it's fine to go ahead and fall asleep. I take it as a compliment. Some of the region folktales were unfortunately not very safe for work. Collectors clean them up, but keep the original versions written down. They have been released to the public. Yeah, that's classic for a bunch of European. There's some weird stuff, and their fairy tales will get sanitized for sure, especially when Christian efforts are involved. Anyway, okay, so they did sleeping together. They made a nest together out of hay. In the mornings, they would go for walks together and even dance together. George would flap his arms and jump around just like a crane to, this is the exact wording, to turn Rex on. Once in an excited state, researchers ran up behind her and artificially inseminated her. Wow. Yeah, this is... Oh my gosh. Tex successfully gave birth to a son called G-Wiz. Fun name. But okay. Sadly, Tex was killed by wild raccoons not long after G-Wiz was born. Jeez. This is just a heck of a frickin' story for this crane. George told this story on a famous talk show called The Tonight Show, which led people around the world to support crane conservation. G-Wiz went on to father many children of his own. While cranes are still endangered, they have increased in the past few decades in a large part due to the unlikely couple George and Tex. Well, okay. No, definitely not part of the original Japanese folklore, considering it starts with 1973. But okay. Yes. Some Norwegian stuff is very dark. It'll get fun. But okay, I'm gonna say that is our Tsuru no Ongaeshi. I'm gonna click out of all of that because I read them. There you go. It's all wrapped up. But thank you for that, Cage. Cagenightwind recommended that one for us. Heck of a story. Heck of a collection of stories, because technically there were a bunch of slightly different versions of the wife and crane. Like sometimes it was a different animal, I guess. Anyway, but it is not worth it to read through all of them different. Oh, thank you, Natsu Drag Neil. I appreciate that. I like my model too. I am a deer woman. So I did do a stream a while back, and you can find it on my YouTube, where I read the stories about deer women. It's an indigenous folklore, and so it means a lot to me, and it's fun. Basically, the deer woman is a bit of a trickster and can be a horror figure, but also can be a good protector, specifically for women and such, so it's fun. I admit I got turned onto the story from an interpretation of it in a game, so I had a small bias. Hope you enjoyed. Oh yeah, I love it. I like these versions of things where you're gonna just have to trust me. I gotta do this thing. And I like the idea of like, hey, you saved me, and I wanna befriend you for it. But I will say it is nicer to have the specification on some of the moments. But yeah, there's a set of songs that also tell a story. Yeah. Oh, I haven't heard those, but that's cool. I'm new, by the way. I think I will follow because well, thank you for that. Thank you for following. By the Decemberists. When I was googling the story to try and find full story versions, the Decemberists popped up. I was like, no, I'm not trying to listen to music right now. But thank you for the follow. Welcome. We love to have you. And yeah, okay, so now we're gonna move on to the next story. But you guys, you drop those trigger requests before I do that, and we'll do those. I'm just gonna, we'll do that. Anybody have any redeems? We'll do them. Okay. This is oh, brushes and card dealing. Okay, we'll do those up right now. So, brushes first. Get that going. Gotta grab the brush. It's over in the corner. Hold on. Because I was set up for origami earlier today, all of my normal equipment and stuff is over in the corner, and I needed to roll over to get it. But yeah, okay, we've got the stuff now. Here we go with brushes. Okay. Oh my gosh, look at that. Thank you. I was just going to say thank you for the follow, and we got to 200 today. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, thank you for those follows. I really appreciate that. We got a lot of new follows just today. Just kidding. Did I read the Odyssey? Yes, but it has been a while. You saying this, that? Yeah, okay, we'll listen to the music later. Thanks for using that. Thanks for the welcome. Fairytale favorite second. Ooh. Talking anime now. Whoop. Thank you, Petster, for the froggy dances. We appreciate that. Help me celebrate, because I'm excited. That's 200. That's a great freaking number. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'll have to change that goal later. But okay, the next was card dealing, wasn't it? So I'm gonna do that next. Here we go. The Fall of Troy, I have seen that one. I didn't read them in the stream yet. It's something that I very much could be reading eventually, but I haven't yet. Okay, gonna do the card dealing. Alright, Hakun. We'll see you when we see you. And yeah, we have some crazy sleep too over here, but we'll see you when we see you. Feel free to lurk or disappear. Bye. Thank you for being here while you could. Sorry you're dealing with insomnia, that's rough. Glad, Cage, you've sent out some love there. Nom nom nom. No, that's when you have insomnia and eat instead. Nom 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 Mia. My heart goes out to you the way that was written. When I first read it mentally, I was like, your heart goes out of you? That's why you have sleep problems? That's insane. No, you just misread that. Come on, Raven, get your brain together. Thank you, Panda Specialist. Yeah, Specialist. Thank you for the follow. We appreciate it. Okay. Origami rustling. That's the next one. Heads up. What? Oh, good luck with that, Natsu. It can be really difficult. Thanks for the roast, Tetra. But yes, absolutely. Okay. Oh, that's great, Vet. We'll get going on another frog. I gotta message you though because there's a little bit of an update on that. Death Noah messaged me about some, so I wanted to update you on that. I'll bug you in a bit though. Okay, that was origami wrestling. There's a bunch of different textures of paper. But there you go. Oh, that must. I bet that doesn't help with your sleeping either. Being away right now. You're in Osaka, but your family and home is in Okinawa. I can't relate too much. I'm a bit of a nomad. I don't stay still long enough to really get homesick, but I will miss family. Well, more accurately, I miss animals. I'll miss pets, because we get the interwebs. I can feel pretty connected to the family is easy, but the animals, it's not the same. A FaceTime with a pupper is not the same as playing with them, or cuddling the kitty. It's not the same. Ugh. But okay, so, since we are done with the triggers, no one else requested anything, we'll move on to the next story, which is The Three Little Pigs. Yes. You've got family in Osaka. There. But you miss your own home. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Transition like that. Really now, that's fairly separated. I'm sure you'll head back soon enough, though. I'd love to visit Japan one day in general, but my finances are bunk right now. Yeah, I'm sure lots of people would say that aren't from Japan want to visit Japan. I loved being there. I'd probably go again when my finances are better and when things work out. But a whole week left. Well, good luck with your sleep with that, and I hope your homesickness isn't too tough. But we'll try and distract you and get you cozy tonight. Hopefully that'll help. Okay, so Three Little Pigs, here we go. We'll write that down over here. Back to our green fairy book. So we're back to the central stories. The central fairy tales we've been reading from. I love the temples. They are beautiful. Yeah, I bet. Japan, Indonesia, and so many more places with both local and otherwise. Yeah. Man, it'll happen when it'll happen. I wish you luck with that, Cage. Travel is so significant and good, but it's also you kind of gotta have the money first to be able to do it. Yeah. Alright. Three Little Pigs. Yes. You can do it, buddy. Yeah. I wish all you the luck on that. It's not always choice, but yeah. Okay. There was once upon a time a pig who lived with her 3 children on a large, comfortable, old-fashioned farmyard. The eldest of the little pigs was called Brownie, the second Whitey, and the youngest and best-looking was Blackie. Very interesting name. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Interesting names, but Brownie, Whitey, Blackie. Oh, thank you, Mad Max. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Oh, I got you. I understood. I'm always on top of the spell checky things. I have yen, bud. Context clues, Cage. Come on. But of course, it was his joke. It's got to be something like, maybe it would be, conversion. It would be, what? Yeah. 100,000 yen or something like that. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay, so our little pigs, Brownie, Whitey, Blackie, and Blackie is the pretty one, the youngest one. The eldest is Brownie, the middle is Whitey. Okay. Now, Brownie was a very dirty little pig, and I'm sorry to say, spent most of his time rolling and wallowing about in the mud. Bruh, that's just pigs. Come on. He was never so happy as on a wet day when the mud in the farmyard got soft and thick and slab. Then he would steal away from his mother's side, and finding the muddiest place in the yard would roll about in it and thoroughly enjoy himself. His mother often found fault with him for this, and would shake her head sadly and say, "Ah, Brownie, some day you will be sorry that you did not obey your old mother." But no words of advice or warning could cure Brownie of his bad habits. Darn. Oh, yeah, a million more or less? Yeah, you're right, probably is that. My brain maybe missed a couple zeros. Yeah. um, okay. Yes, I got you at least. Looks like we've got ourselves an object lesson story here. Yes, we have another very clear lesson in the story. But okay. Whitey. Oh, thank you, Silently Boo. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Whitey was quite a clever little pig, but she was greedy. She was always thinking of her food and looking forward to her dinner. Cute. It's so cute. And when the farm girl was seen carrying the pails across the yard, she would rise up on her hind legs and dance and caper with excitement. As soon as the food was poured into the trough, she jostled Blackie and Brownie out of the way in her eagerness to get the best and biggest bits for herself. Her mother often scolded her for her selfishness and told her that some day she would suffer for being so greedy and grabbing. Blackie was a good, nice little pig, neither dirty nor greedy. He had nice, dainty ways for a pig, and his skin was always as smooth and shining as black satin. He was much cleverer than Brownie and Whitey, and his mother's heart used to swell with pride when she heard the farmer's friends say to each other that some day the little black fellow would be a prize pig. Brownie makes me hungry. I wasn't reading it that way because it's spelled E-Y in the text, but now that you've said Brownie that way, I want brownies too. Dang it. Okay. Now the time came when the mother pig felt old and feeble and near her end. One day she called the 3 little pigs round her and said, "My children, I feel that I'm growing old and it says growing odd and weak, but I think they mean old, and that I shall not live long. Before I die, I should like to build a house for each of you, as this dear old sty in which we have lived so happily will be given to a new family of pigs, and you will have to turn out. Now, Brownie, what sort of house would you like to have?" "Best I can do is a donut." Nice. "You're adorable. I like it here." "Oh, thanks. Well, I'm glad you like it here." And yeah, Natsu, I knew you. Yeah, that's good. Okay. "A house of mud," replied Brownie, looking longingly at a wet puddle in the corner of the yard. He's only got one thing on his mind, and it is dirt. He's happy. "And you, Whitey?" said the mother pig in a rather sad voice, for she was disappointed that Brownie had made so foolish a choice, of course. "A house of cabbage," answered Whitey, with a mouth full and scarcely raising her snout out of the trough in which she was grubbing for some potato parings. Classic. Foolish, foolish child," said the mother pig, looking quite distressed. "And you, Blackie," turning to her youngest son, "what sort of a house shall I order for you?" "A house of brick, please, Mother, as it will be warm in the winter and cool in the summer and safe all the year round. Natsu, if you had that kind of money, I would hope you would share it with more than one person. We all need money. But yeah, that would. Well, I think I would probably not give it to a singular person because I know that too much money all at once can really mess with people. But it would be heckin' fun. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, sorry, random thought to spiral out to. Okay, here we go. I was at. It will be warm in winter, cool in summer, and safe all year round. Yeah, great. Ooh, Cage, thank you for gifting that. I appreciate it. I'm glad we've got Natsu. You can have your own frogs. Drop those emotes in here now. But okay. That is a sensible little pig, replied his mother, looking fondly at him. I will see that the 3 houses are got ready at once. And now one last piece of advice. You have heard me talk of our old enemy the fox. When he hears that I am dead, he is sure to try and get hold of you, to carry you off to his den. He is very sly, and will no doubt disguise himself, and pretend to be a friend. But you must promise me not to let him enter our houses on any pretext whatsoever. Hey, look at you, you got the frogs now. I love it. Okay. And the little pigs readily promised, for they had always had a great fear of the fox, of whom they had heard many terrible tales. A short time afterwards the old pig died, and the little pigs went to live in their own houses. The frog. We spell him Frog, just because he is weird, or they are weird, the collective of them. I call them radioactive sometimes. They got. Why are they purple? You know, why are their tongues purple? But your teen subs community. You met one of them very quickly. You're most welcome. Aw, look at that. That's so nice, Cage. Okay. Okay, so yeah, they're gonna be in their own houses. Brownie was quite delighted with his soft mud walls and with the clay floor, which soon looked like nothing but a big mud pie. But that was what Brownie enjoyed, and he was as happy as possible, rolling about all day and making himself in such a mess. One day, as he was lying half asleep in the mud, he heard a soft knock at his door, and a gentle voice said, "May I come in, Master Brownie? I want to see your beautiful new house." "Who are you?" said Brownie, staring up in a great fright, for though the voice sounded gentle, he felt sure it was a feigned voice, and he feared it was the fox. "I am a friend come to call on you," answered the voice. "No, no," replied Brownie, "I don't believe you are a friend. You are the wicked fox, against whom our mother warned us. I won't let you in." "Oh-ho! Is that the way you answer me?" said the fox, speaking very roughly in his natural voice. "We shall soon see who is master here." And with his paws he set to work and scraped a large hole in the soft mud walls. A moment later he had jumped through it, and catching Brownie by the neck, flung him on his shoulders and trotted off with him to his den. "Ooh, thank you, Tego. I'll readjust myself and get some water." Blech. Okay. But thank you. The next day, as Whitey was munching a few leaves of cabbage out of the corner of her house, which really, Whitey, you asked just for food. You didn't ask for a house. But anyway, the fox stole up to her door, determined to carry her off. Sorry, yawning. Determined to carry her off to join her brother in his den. He began speaking to her in the same feigned, gentle voice in which he had spoken to Brownie. but it frightened her very much when he said, "I am a friend come to visit you and to have some of your good cabbage for my dinner." A little piece of me says, yeah, she's not scared of him joining her. She's scared of him eating her food. Grr. No, he took my brownie. Yeah. Oh, good night, Raven. Are you leaving, Tego? All right. Well, thanks for being here. We always love having everybody here. All right. Please don't touch it, cried Whitey in great distress. See? Yep, I knew it. The cabbages are the walls of my house, and if you eat them, you will make a hole, and the wind and rain will come in and give me a cold. Then why did you ask for frickin' cabbage? Anyway, do go away. I'm sure you are not a friend, but our wicked enemy, the fox. Yep, see, the danger was the second priority on her list. Her first priority, or actually the third priority. Her first priority was don't eat my food. Third was cabbages are the walls. Please don't. And anybody that's a fan of Atla, this little pig is definitely saying, "Ah, my cabbages." Looks like I get to have a new fox rug. I hope that Whitey kicks this fox butt, but I don't think she will. Loved yours, origamis. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay. I think but our wicked enemy, the fox. And poor Whitey began to whine and to whimper and to wish that she had not been such a greedy little pig and had chosen a more solid material than cabbages for her house. But it was too late now, and in another minute the fox had eaten his way through the cabbage walls and had caught the trembling, shivering Whitey and carried her off to his den. Darn. The next day the fox started off for Blackie's house, because he had made up his mind that he would get the 3 little pigs together in his den and then kill them and invite all his friends to a feast. But when he reached the brick house, he found that the door was bolted and barred, so in his sly manner he began, "Do let me in, dear Blackie. I have brought you a present of some eggs that I picked up in a farmyard on my way here." That's who my cabbages, indeed. No, Mr. Fox, replied Blackie. I am not going to open my door to you. I know your cunning ways. You have carried off poor Brownie and Whitey, but you are not going to get me. So Blackie immediately knows that it's Fox, also aware that his siblings have been carried away. He must have, and he had those ways to bar the doors that the others didn't have. He got himself really properly set up. He did. At this, the fox was so angry that he dashed with all his force against the wall and tried to knock it down. But it was too strong and well built, and though the fox scraped and tore at the bricks with his paws, he only hurt himself, and at last he had to give up and limp away with his forepaws, all bleeding and sore. Aw, poor fox. Never mind, he cried angrily as he went off. I'll catch you another day. See if I don't and won't. I grind your bones. Oh, sorry. We're going to start again. Never mind, he cried angrily as he went off. I'll catch you another day. See if I don't. And won't I grind your bones to powder when I have got you in my den? And he snarled fiercely and showed his teeth. Next day, Blackie had to go to into the neighboring town to do some marketing and to buy a big kettle. As he was walking home with it slung over his shoulder, he heard a sound of steps stealthily creeping after him. For a moment his heart stood still with fear, and then a happy thought came to him. He had just reached the top of a hill and could see his own little house nestling at the foot of it among the trees. In a moment he had snatched the lid off the kettle and had jumped in himself. Coiling himself round, he lay quite snug in the bottom of the kettle. With his foreleg he managed to put the lid on so that he was entirely hidden. With a little kick from the side he started the kettle off, and down the hill it rolled full tilt, and when the fox came up, all that he saw was a large black kettle spinning over the ground at a great pace. Very much disappointed, he was just going to turn away when he saw the kettle stop close to the little brick house, and in a moment later, Blackie jumped out of it and escaped with the kettle into the house when he barred and bolted the door and put the shutter up over the window. What? That's crazy. I'll grind your bones to make my bread. Wait, wrong fairy tale. Yeah, exactly. Love that reference. Yeah, it's a great series. Oh-ho, exclaimed the fox to himself. You think you will escape me that way, do you? We shall soon see about that, my friend. And very quietly and stealthily he prowled round the house looking for some way to climb on to the roof. In the meantime, Blackie had filled the kettle with water, and having put it on the fire, sat down quietly waiting for it to boil. Just as the kettle was beginning to sing and steam to come out of the spout, he heard a sound like a soft, muffled step, patter, patter, patter overhead, and the next moment the fox's head and forepaws were seen coming down the chimney. But Blackie very wisely had not put the lid on the kettle, and with a great yelp of pain the fox fell into the boiling water, and before he could escape, Blackie had put the lid on, and the fox was scalded to death. I have the box set of Avatar and the Legend of Korra. Nice. I only get to watch it online. When with Korra, that means not seeing the whole show unless you go through the other way. And yeah. As soon as he was sure that their wicked enemy was really dead and can do them no further harm, Blackie started off to rescue Brownie and Whitey. As he approached the den, he heard piteous grunts and squeals from his poor little brother and sister, who lived in constant terror of the fox killing and eating them. Hey, they aren't his little brother and sister. They're his elder brother and sister. He was the youngest one, I remember that. Anyway, but when they saw Blackie appear at the entrance to the den, their joy knew no bounds. He quickly found a sharp stone and cut the cords by which they were tied to a stake in the ground, and then all three started off together for Blackie's house, where they lived happily ever after, and Brownie quite gave up rolling in the mud, and Whitey ceased to be greedy, for they never forgot how nearly those faults had brought them to an untimely end. Yeah, it's dark, but I'm gonna give you a slightly even darker turn. They're pigs. They probably ate that fox in the little boiled soup. Because they're pigs. They eat freaking everything. And especially if Whitey was always so hungry. Yeah, I don't think it's Grimm's. Its editor is Andrew Lang, but it's from the same era and group, and it very well could have been in Grimm's collections. You have a very soothing voice. Thank you, Mad Max. Thank you. Oh, you guys, you're nice. But that's the end of Three Little Pigs. So if you have redeems or generally a request, this is the next time to do that. And I'm going to change these. Boop, boop. And I'm going to say it was interesting reading this where it was a longer version of this story with the further explanation of some of them. Like they have their full house. There's not just the once upon a time there was a pig with this kind of house and a pig with that kind of house and a pig with that kind of house. So that was interesting. Oh, thank you for those 2 redeems. I see we like the origami rustling because it came back. But we're gonna hit up Singing Frog first. Hold on, I'm just gonna make sure my mic is on the thing. Ooh, lots of redeems. Thank you, everybody. We'll get to them in order. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. So many redeemers. Up first. Okay. Singing Frog. Here we go. Okay, good night, Mad Max. The VODs will be up, so you can watch it another time. I do my best to get my VODs up on my YouTube, but at the very least they'll be up on Twitch for a bit, so you'll be able to watch it back. But thank you for joining us. Have a good night. Okay, bit more frog. Zoom. A deer person is coming in. I like it. But welcome, Raiders. Oh my goodness, look at all of this. Ah. Thank you for sending out that shout out. Hello, Raiders. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for sending your peoples over. Yeah, of course you had to raid deer, Yami. I'm a deer woman. And if you want to know about that story, it is on one of my VODs. It's on my YouTube, the Indigenous Deer Woman Stories. I haven't made... Oh, saying hi to Dear Yami. That's good. Fellow forest folk. Yes, yes, absolutely. But thank you so much for joining us. I'm just in the middle of some redeems, and then we're gonna keep doing fairy tale stories. Oh, Cage, thank you for giving that subscription. Okay. I'm gonna keep doing some singing frog, and then we had a few more redeems that I'll have to scroll back to find, but I will find them and finish doing them before we move on to the next story. So I'm gonna say let's not do any redeems for just a minute, since we've already got a little list going and then a story for these new people. But yeah, I got the 200. I'm very excited. Thank you, Ratty. Okay, I need to put my mic down and do the things. Ooh. Ah, thank you, Fetster. Alright, here we go. Natsu, if you join the Discord, you can request story reads eventually. Like it's a thing right in there, so that I don't forget it. Because if it's just in the chat, I will likely forget it. But okay. You don't have Discord? Okay. If you can drop just a little bit about it. Okay, thanks, Betster. And if it's a story that should have any trigger warnings, please add that into there. And what kind of story it is. Like, it's fairy tale, it's spooky, whatever. But I think based on this, it'll be a folk tale of some sort. Okay, origami wrestling now. Hold on. This is just a bunch of different kinds of papers folded up. That I'm gonna just kind of wrestle around. Thank you for the follows. Yeah, it sounded like a Celtic story, but it seems like it'll be folktale. Okay. Thank you, Uncanny Phantom. Okay, that's our origami wrestling for now. And gonna move to comb twing and then card dealing. Yeah, Tirnanog. I think I've seen like a business or like a pub called that. Makes sense if it's a pub. Just does. Comb twing and then card dealing. Okay. Land of the Fae. That sounds like fun. But okay. Okay, that's comb twing, and we're going to move on to the card dealing. Well, thank you, dear Yami. Get yourself rested. Enjoy yourself after your stream. Thank you for bringing everybody in. Thanks for sharing them with me. Have a good night. Sleep well. Alright, that was the card dealing. So now I'm going to move on to my next story. We're going to change this up. Okay. Oh, it went back to there. Don't worry about it. The next story is called Heart of Ice. So I've been reading my folktales. Oh, come on. Reading my folktales from a collection online. This is the stories that are in the Green Fairy book. And so this particular font, it needs like an extra space between the words for it to look good. Anyway, sorry, just realizing that. But here we are in the Green Fairy book reading Heart of Ice. Here we are. Okay. Once upon a time there lived a king and queen who were foolish beyond all telling, but nevertheless they were vastly fond of one another. Oh, well, that's good. So, as long as they are. It is true that certain spiteful people were heard to say that this was only one proof the more of their exceeding foolishness. But of course you will understand that these were not their own courtiers, since, after all, they were a king and queen, and up to this time all things had prospered with them. For in those days the one thing to be thought of in governing a kingdom was to keep well with all the fairies and enchanters, and on no account stint them of the cakes, the ells of ribbon, and similar trifles which were their due, and above all things, when there was a christening, to remember to invite every single one, good, bad, or indifferent, to the ceremony. We saw how that works out for Sleeping Beauty, so yeah, you gotta invite everybody. Now the foolish queen had one little son who was just going to be christened, and for several months she had been hard at work preparing an enormous list of the names who were to be invited. Oh, thank you for following. Kill Vanilla for life. Interesting name. Ooh. Okay. Just gonna get a christening. Ooh. Little son was just going to be christened, and for several months she had been hard at work preparing an enormous list of the names of those who were going to be invited, but she quite forgot that it would take nearly as long to read it over as it had taken to write it out. So, when the moment of the christening had arrived, the king, to whom the task had been entrusted, had barely reached the end of the second page, and his tongue was tripping with fatigue and haste as he repeated the usual formula. I conjure and pray you, fairy so-and-so, or enchanter such a one, to honor me with a visit and graciously bestow your gifts upon my son. To make matters worse, word was brought to him that the fairies asked on the first page had already arrived and were waiting impatiently in the great hall, and grumbling that nobody was there to receive them. Thereupon he gave up the list in despair and hurried to greet those whom he had succeeded in asking, imploring their good will so humbly that most of them were touched, and promised that they would do his son no harm. But there happened to be among them a fairy from a far country, about whom they knew nothing, though her name had been written on the first page of the list. This fairy was annoyed that after having taken the trouble to come so quickly, there had been no one to receive her, or help her to alight from the great ostrich on which she had travelled from her distant home, and now she began to mutter to herself in the most alarming way. "Oh, prate away," said she, "your son will never be anything to boast of. Say what you will, he will be nothing but a mannikin." And they spelt mannikin Mannikin. Fun. No doubt she would have gone on longer in this strain and given the unhappy little prince half a dozen undesirable gifts if it had not been for the good fairy Genesta, who held the kingdom under her special protection, and who luckily hurried in just in time to prevent further mischief. When she had, by compliments and entreaties, pacified the unknown fairy, and persuaded her to say no more, she gave the king a hint that now was the time to distribute the presents, after which ceremony they all took their departure, excepting the fairy Genesta, who then went to see the queen, and said to her, "A nice mass you seem to have made of this business, madam. Why did you not condescend to consult me? But foolish people like you always think they can do without help or advice, and I observe that, in spite of all my goodness to you, you had not even the civility to invite me." "Oh no." "Ah, dear madam," cried the king, throwing himself at her feet, "did I ever have time to get as far as your name? See where I put in this mark, when I abandoned the hopeless undertaking which I had but just begun." "There, there," said the fairy, "I am not offended. I don't allow myself to be put out by trifles like that, with my people I really am fond of." Oh, did someone else snooze my ad? Thank you. But now about your son. I have saved him from a great many disagreeable things, but you must let me take him away and take care of him, and you will not see him again until he is all covered with fur." At these mysterious words the king and queen burst into tears, for they lived in such a hot climate themselves that how or why the prince should come to be covered with fur they could not imagine, and thought it must portend some great misfortune to him. Thanks, Pet. Thank you. However, Genesta told them not to disquiet themselves. "If I left him to you to bring him up," said she, "you would be certain to make him as foolish as yourselves. I do not even intend to let him know that he is your son. As for you, you had better give your minds to governing your kingdom properly." So saying, she opened the window, and catching up the little prince, cradle and all, she glided away in the air as if she were skating upon ice, leaving the king and queen in the greatest affliction. It is sounding like Sleeping Beauty, except like she's a nicer fairy, it's a prince, not a princess, and there's no danger looming over them. Ooh, there's a call out for a couple of places. It's going to be fun. Yeah. Okay, they consulted everyone who came near them as to what the fairy could possibly have meant by saying that when they saw their son again he would be covered with fur. But nobody could offer any solution of the mystery, only they all seemed to agree that it must be something frightful, and the king and queen made themselves more miserable than ever, and wandered about their palace in a way to make anyone pity them. Meantime, the fairy had carried off the little prince to her own castle and placed him under the care of a young peasant woman, whom she bewitched so as to make her think that this new baby was one of her own children. So the prince grew up healthy and strong, leading the simple life of a young peasant, for the fairy thought that he could have no better training. Only as he grew older, she kept him more and more with herself, that his mind might be cultivated and exercised as well as his body. But her care did not cease there. She resolved that he should be tried by hardships and disappointments, and the knowledge of his fellow men, for indeed she knew the prince would need every advantage that she could give him. Thank you for the follow. Love Suave, thank you. Every advantage that she could give him, since though he increased in years, he did not increase in height, but remained the tiniest of princes. A short king, kind of literally. However, in spite of this, he was exceedingly active and well-formed, and altogether so handsome and agreeable that the smallness of his stature was no real consequence. The prince was perfectly aware that he was called by the ridiculous name of mannikin, but he consoled himself by vowing that, happen what might, he would make it illustrious. So there you go. His name is Mannequin, just like the other fairy kind of put upon him. In order to carry out her plans for his welfare, the fairy now began to send Prince Mannequin, the most wonderful dreams of adventure by sea and land, and of these adventures he himself was always the hero. Sometimes he rescued a lovely princess from some terrible danger, again he earned a kingdom by some brave deed, until at last he longed to go away and seek his fortune in a far country where his humble birth would not prevent him from gaining honor and riches by his courage. And it was with a heart full of ambitious projects that he rode one day into a great city not far from the fairy's castle. As he had set out intending to hunt in the surrounding forest, he was quite simply dressed, and carried only a bow and arrows and a light spear. But even thus arrayed, he looked graceful and distinguished. As he entered the city, he saw that the inhabitants were all racing with one accord towards the marketplace, and he also turned his horse in the same direction, curious to know what was going forward. Thanks for the chat. When he reached the spot, he found that certain foreigners of strange and outlandish appearance were about to make a proclamation to the assembled citizens, and he hastily pushed his way into the crowd until he was near enough to hear the words of the venerable old man who was their spokesman. I'm just seeing that this story is actually quite long, so we're definitely going to have to break in between, and I'll run an ad in 5 minutes at one of those breaks. But anyway, the spokesperson says, "Let the whole world know that he who can reach the summit of the ice mountain," oh, thank you, Nani, ice mountain, "shall receive as his reward not only the incomparable Sabella, fairest of the fair, but also all the realms of which she is queen." "Here," continued the old man, after he had made his proclamation, "here is the list of all those princes who, struck by the beauty of the princess, have perished in the attempt to win her, and here is the list of these who have just entered upon the high emprise." Oh, thanks, Natsu. I really do take it as a compliment. Fall asleep, it's all good. Okay, so Sabella, for whatever reason, is auctioning off her marriage, I guess. I love listening to stories like this, so thank you. Hey, that's what I'm here for, Nani. What? Sorry, why my brain? But okay. Prince Mannequin was seized with a violent desire to inscribe his name among the others, but the remembrance of his dependent position and his lack of wealth held him back. But while he hesitated, the old man, with many respectful ceremonies, unveiled a portrait of the lovely Sabella, which was carried by some of the attendants. After one glance at it, the prince delayed no longer, but rushing forward, demanded permission to add his name to the list. When they saw his tiny stature and simple attire, the strangers looked at each other doubtfully, not knowing whether to accept or refuse him. "Oh, good night, Natsu. We'll see you another time, hopefully. Sleep well." They didn't know whether to accept or refuse him, but the prince said haughtily, "Give me the paper that I may sign it," and they obeyed. What between admiration for the princess and annoyance at the hesitation showed by her ambassadors, the prince was too much agitated to choose any other name than the one by which he was always known. But when, after all the grand title of all the princes, he simply wrote Mannequin, the ambassadors broke into shouts of laughter. "Miserable wretches," cried the prince, "but for the presence of that lovely portrait I would cut off your heads." But he suddenly remembered that, after all, it was a funny name, and that he had not yet had time to make it famous, so he was calm and inquired the way to the Princess Sabella's country. Though his heart did not fail him in the least, still he felt there were many difficulties before him, and he resolved to set out at once, without even taking leave of the fairy, for fear she might try to stop him. Everybody in the town who knew him made great fun of the idea of Mannequin's undertaking such an expedition, and it even came to the ears of the foolish king and queen, who laughed over it more than any of the others, without having an idea that the presumptuous mannikin was their only son. Slight confusion. This princess, he went to that country, so where, yeah, the list of deceased suitors wasn't enough of a hint that it would be challenging. Where is Sabella? And I think we're landing ourselves in yet another they're related moment, which is too bad. More prince incest and such. Okay, meantime, the prince was traveling on, though the direction he had received for his journey were none of the clearest. 400 leagues north of Mount Caucasus, you will receive your orders and instructions for the conquest of the Ice Mountain. Fine marching those, for a man starting from a country near where Japan is nowadays. So I guess it's a very long princess, yeah. So he's got a complicated instructions. I'm gonna run an ad, and I'm gonna take a quick break with this. So I'm gonna hit ad, and yeah. Your homeland, yes, indeed. So, I guess he's starting from a country near Japan. Oh no, don't go fighting each other now. But, oh wow, hold on. Okay. My throat got upset. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, so he's starting near Japan, and, well, where is Mount Caucasus? What is this? I have a feeling. Mountain range at the intersection of Asia and Europe. Super helpful. But that's the Caucasus Mountains, stretching between the Black and the Caspian Sea. Lots of interesting caves and photos popping up. But anyway, okay. So yeah, he needs to get his butt from Japan to the start of Europe. So here we go. However, he fared eastward, avoiding all towns. He went east? What? Do we know which direction you're going? What? Anyway, okay. However, he fared eastward, avoiding all towns, lest the people should laugh at his name. Alright. Go ahead and rest well, Cage. Everybody that's off to bed, go ahead. We'll see you again soon. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Origami stream first, and then another fairy tale stream. lest the people should laugh at his name. For you see, he was not a very experienced traveler, and had not yet learned to enjoy a joke, even if it were against himself. Hey, it's a tough thing to learn for people. I struggle too. At night he slept in the woods, and at first he lived upon wild fruits. But the fairy, who was keeping a benevolent eye upon him, thought it would never do to let him be half starved in that way, so she took to feeding him with all sorts of good things while he was asleep. And the prince wondered very much that when he was awake he never felt hungry. That's very weird. How do you feed him while he's asleep? Might be my overtiredness talking, but tonight was extra cozy. It sounded like lots of people thought it was super comfy, but I'm glad everybody's enjoyed it. Rest well. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Cage. Take care. I'll see you probably tomorrow or whenever you can join. True to her plan, the fairy sent him various adventures to prove his courage, and he came successfully through them all. Only in his last fight with a furious monster, rather like a tiger, he had the ill luck to lose his horse. However, nothing daunted, he struggled on foot, and at last reached a seaport. Here he found a boat sailing for the coast which he desired to reach, and having just enough money to pay his passage, he went on board, and they started. But after some days a fearful storm came on, which completely wrecked the little ship, and the prince only saved his life by swimming a long, long way to the only land that was in sight, and which proved to be a desert island. Here he lived by fishing and hunting, always hoping that the good fairy would presently rescue him. One day, as he was looking sadly out to sea, he became aware of a curious-looking boat which was drifting slowly towards the shore, and which presently ran into a little creek, and there struck fast in the sand. Prince Mannikin rushed down eagerly to examine it, and saw with amazement that the masts and spars were all branched and covered thickly with leaves until it looked like a little wood. Thinking from the stillness that there could be no one on board, the prince pushed aside the branches and sprang over the side, and found himself surrounded by the crew, who lay motionless as dead men and in a most deplorable condition. They too had become almost like trees, and were growing to the deck, or to the masts, or to the sides of the vessel, or to whatever they happened to be touching when the enchantment fell upon them. Weird. Mannikin was struck with pity for their miserable plight, and set to work with might and main to release them. With the sharp point of one of his arrows he gently detached their hands and feet from the wood which held them fast, and carried them on shore. One after another he rubbed their rigid limbs, and bathed them with infusions of various herbs, and with such success that after a few days they recovered perfectly and were as fit to manage a boat as ever. You may be sure that the good fairy Genesta had something to do with this marvelous cure, and she also put it into the prince's head to rub the boat itself with the same magic herbs, which cleared itself entirely, and not before it was time, for at the rate at which it was growing before, it would very soon have become a forest. The gratitude of the sailors was extreme, and they willingly promised to land the prince upon any coast he pleased. But when he questioned them about the extraordinary thing that had happened to them in their ship, they could in no way explain it, except that they said that, as they were passing along a thickly wooded coast, a sudden gust of wind had reached them from the land and enveloped them in a dense cloud of dust, after which everything in the boat that was not metal had sprouted and blossomed, as the prince had seen, and that they themselves had grown gradually numb and heavy, and had finally lost all consciousness. Prince Mannikin was deeply interested in this curious story, and collected a quantity of the dust from the bottom of the boat, which he carefully preserved, thinking that its strange property might one day stand him in good stead. Then they joyfully left the desert island, and after a long and prosperous voyage over calm seas, they at length came in sight of land and resolved to go on shore, not only to take in a fresh stock of water and provisions, but also to find out, if possible, where they were and in what direction to proceed. As they neared the coast, they wondered if this could be another uninhabited land, for no human beings could be distinguished, and yet that something was stirring became evident, for in the dust, clouds that moved near the ground, small dark forms were clearly visible, or dimly visible. These appeared to be assembling at the exact spot where they were preparing to run ashore. And what was their surprise to find that they were nothing more nor less than large and beautiful spaniels, some mounted as sentries, others grouped in companies and regiments, all eagerly watching their disembarkation. When they found that Prince Mannikin, instead of saying "shoot them," as they had feared, said "Hi, good dog," in a thoroughly friendly and invigorating way, they crowded round him with a great wagging of tails and giving of paws, and very soon made him understand that they wanted him to leave his men with the boat and follow them. This is so cute. The prince was so curious to know more about them that he agreed willingly. So, after arranging with the sailors to wait for him 15 days, and then, if he had not come back, to go on their way without him, he set out with his new friends. Their way inland, and Mannikin... Their way lay inland, and Mannikin noticed, with great surprise, that the fields were well cultivated. Oh, thank you for the follow. Turtle, fun name. Puppers, yes. I'm very excited about the puppers. Hello, welcome. In the middle of our fairy tale. It's an interesting story. Okay. He noticed with great surprise the fields were well cultivated, and that the carts and plows were drawn by horses or oxen, just as they might have been in any other country. And when they passed any village, the cottages were trim and pretty, and an air of prosperity was everywhere. How did they figure that out? They don't have thumbs. They're dogs. But okay. Of course I will. It'll be a while. It's looking like a long story. At one of the villages, a dainty little repast was set before the prince, and while he was eating, a chariot was brought, drawn by 2 splendid horses, which were driven with skill by a large spaniel. In this carriage he continued his journey very comfortably, passing many similar equipages upon the road, and being always most courteously saluted by the spaniels who occupied them. Magic, maybe? Probably, yeah. At last they drove rapidly into a large town, which Prince Mannikin had no doubt was the capital of the kingdom. News of his approach had evidently been received, for all the inhabitants were at their doors and windows, and all the little spaniels had climbed upon the wall and gates to see him arrive. The prince was delighted with the hearty welcome they gave him, and looked round him with the deepest interest. After passing through a few wide streets, well paved and adorned with avenues of fine trees, they drove him into the courtyard of a grand palace, which was full of spaniels who were evidently soldiers. The king's bodyguard, thought the prince to himself as he returned their salutations, and then the carriage stopped, and he was shown into the presence of the king, who lay upon a rich Persian carpet surrounded by several little spaniels who were occupied in chasing away the flies, lest they should disturb his majesty. He was the most beautiful of all spaniels, with a look of sadness in his large eyes, which, however, quite disappeared as he sprang up to welcome Prince Mannikin with every demonstration of delight. After which he made a sign to his courtiers, who came one by one to pay their respects to the visitor. The prince thought that he would find himself puzzled as to how he should carry a conversation, but as soon as he and the king were once more left alone, a secretary of state was sent for, who wrote from his majesty's dictation a most polite speech, in which he regretted very much they were unable to converse, except in writing, the language of dogs being difficult to understand. As for the writing, it had remained the same as the prince's own. Mannikin thereupon wrote a suitable reply, and then begged the king to satisfy his curiosity about all the strange things he had seen and heard since his landing. This appeared to awaken sad recollections in the king's mind, but he informed the prince that he was called King Bayard, and that a fairy whose kingdom was next his own had fallen violently in love with him, and had done all she could to persuade him to marry her, but that he could not do, as he himself was the devoted lover of the Queen of the Spice Islands. Finally, the fairy, furious at the indifference with which her love was treated, had reduced him to the state in which the prince found him. Oh, wow. Oh, thanks for the subscription on YouTube, Natsu. I really appreciate that. Oh. Go ahead and lurk, Turtle. I appreciate it. Where with me? Oh, yeah. So leaving him unchanged in mind, but deprived of the power of speech, and not content with wreaking her vengeance upon the king alone, she had condemned all his subjects to a similar fate, saying, "Bark and run upon 4 feet, until the time comes when virtue shall be rewarded by love and fortune." Which, as the king remarked, was very much the same thing as if she had said, "Remain a spaniel for ever and ever." Because, yeah, she was expecting him to love her. Prince Mannikin was quite of the same opinion. Nevertheless, he said what we should all have said in the same circumstances: "Your Majesty must have patience." He was indeed deeply sorry for poor King Bayard, and said all the consoling things he could think of, promising to aid him with all his might if there was anything to be done. In short, they became firm friends, and the king proudly displayed to Mannikin the portrait of the Queen of the Spice Islands, and he quite agreed that it was worth while to go through anything for the sake of a creature so lovely. Prince Mannikin in his turn told his own history and the great undertaking upon which he had set out, and King Bayard was able to give him some valuable instructions as to which would be the best way for him to proceed. When they went together to the place where the boat had been left, the sailors were delighted to see the prince again, though they had known that he was safe, and when they had taken on board all the supplies which the king had sent for them, they started once more. The king and prince parted with much regret, and the former insisted that Mannikin should take with him one of his own pages, named Musta, who was charged to attend to him everywhere and serve him faithfully, which he promised to do. The wind being favorable, they were soon out of hearing of the general howl of regret from the whole army, which had been given by order of the king as a great compliment, and it was not long before the land was entirely lost to view. They met with no further adventures worth speaking of, and presently found themselves within 2 leagues of the harbor for which they were making. The prince, however, thought it would suit him better to land where he was, so as to avoid the town, since he had no money left, and was very doubtful as to what he should do next. So the sailors sent him and Musta on shore, and then went back sorrowfully to their ship, while the prince and his attendant walked off in what looked to them the most promising direction. They soon reached a lovely green meadow on the border of a wood, which seemed to them so pleasant after their long voyage that they sat down to rest in the shade and amused themselves by watching the gambols and antics of a pretty tiny monkey in the trees close by. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. The prince presently became so fascinated by it, this little monkey, that he sprang up and tried to catch it, but it eluded his grasp and kept just out of arm's reach until it made him promise to follow wherever it led him, and then it sprang upon his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "We have no money, my poor mannikin, and we are altogether badly off, and at a loss to know what to do next." "Yes, indeed," answered the prince ruefully. "I have nothing to give you, no sugar or biscuits, or anything that you will like, my pretty one." "Since you are so thoughtful for me, and so patient about your own affairs," said the little monkey, "I will show you the way to the Golden Rock. Only you must leave Musta to wait for you here." Prince Mannikin agreed willingly, and then the little monkey sprang from his shoulder to the nearest tree and began to run through the wood from branch to branch, crying, "Follow me." The prince, the prince did not find quite so easily. The prince did not find quite so easily, but the little monkey waited for him and showed him the easiest places until presently the wood grew thinner and they came out into a little clear grassy space at the foot of a mountain, in the midst of which stood a single rock about 10 feet high. When they were quite close to it, the little monkey said, "This stone looks pretty hard, but give it a blow with your spear and let us see what will happen." So the prince took his spear and gave the rock a vigorous dig, which split off several pieces and showed that, though the surface was thinly coated with stone, inside it was one solid mass of pure gold. Holy crap! Thereupon the little monkey said, laughing at his astonishment, "I make you a present of what you have broken off. Take as much of it as you think proper." The prince thanked her gratefully and picked up one of the smallest of the lumps of gold. As he did so, the little monkey was suddenly transformed into a tall and gracious lady, who said to him, "If you are always as kind and persevering and easily contented as you are now, you may hope to accomplish the most difficult of tasks. Go on your way, and have no fear that you will be troubled any more for lack of gold, for that little piece which you modestly chose shall never grow less. Use it as much as you will. But that you may see the danger you have escaped by your moderation, come with me." So saying, she led him back into the wood by a different path, and he saw that it was full of men and women. Their faces were pale and haggard, and they ran hither and thither, seeking madly upon the ground or in the air, starting at every sound, pushing and trampling upon one another in their frantic eagerness to find the way to the Golden Rock. "You see how they toil," said the fairy, "but it is all of no avail. They will end up by dying of despair, as hundreds have done before them." Dark? As soon as they had got back to the place where they had left Musta, the fairy disappeared, and the prince and his faithful squire, who had greeted him with every demonstration of joy, took to the nearest way to the city. Here they stayed several days, while the prince provided himself with horses and attendants, and made many inquiries about the Princess Sabella and the way to her kingdom, which was still so far away that he could hear but little, and that of the vaguest description. But when he presently reached Mount Caucasus, it was quite a different matter. Here they seemed to talk of nothing but the Princess Sabella, and strangers from all parts of the world were traveling towards her father's court. The prince heard plenty of assurances as to her beauty and her riches, but he also heard of the immense number of his rivals and their power. One brought an enemy at his back, another had vast treasures, a third was as handsome and accomplished as it was possible to be, while, as to poor Mannikin, he had nothing but his determination to succeed, his faithful spaniel, and his ridiculous name, which last was hardly likely to help him, but as he could not alter it, he wisely determined not to think of it any more. Yeah, if you can't change it, why worry yourself about it? Nice. After journeying for 2 whole months, they came at last to Celandine, the capital of the Princess Sabella's kingdom. And here he heard dismal stories about the ice mountain, and how none of those who had attempted to climb it had ever come back. He also heard the story of King Farda Kinbrass, Sabella's father. It appeared that he, being rich and powerful monarch, had married a lovely princess named Bourbantine, and they were as happy as the day was long, so happy that they were out sledging one day. As they were out sledging one day, they were foolish enough to defy fate to spoil their happiness. "We shall see about that," grumbled an old hag who sat by the wayside, blowing her fingers to keep them warm. The king thereupon was very angry and wanted to punish the woman, but the queen prevented him, saying, "Alas, sire, do not let us make bad worse. No doubt this is a fairy." "You are right there," said the old woman, and immediately she stood up. And as they gazed at her in horror, she grew gigantic and terrible. Her staff turned to a fiery dragon with outstretched wings, her ragged cloak to a golden mantle, and her wooden shoes to 2 bundles of rockets. "You are right there, and you will see what will come of your fine goings-on. And remember the fairy Gorgonzola. Her name is Gorgonzola." So saying, she mounted the dragon and flew off, the rockets shooting in all directions and leaving long trails of sparks. And maybe some other crumbs of some Gorgonzola cheese, maybe? No. In vain did Farda Kinbrus and Bourbantine beg her to return, and endeavour their humble apologies to pacify her. She never so much as looked at them, and was very soon out of sight, leaving them a prey to all kinds of dismal forebodings. You got it! Exactly, Tetra. And can you imagine, this fairy's just mad that they're happy? Whatever's about to happen to them is happening because they were too happy around this fairy. Bitter Gorgonzola. Bitter, bitter cheese fairy. Okay. Very soon after this, the queen had a little daughter, who was the most beautiful creature ever seen. All the fairies of the north were invited to her christening, and warned against the malicious Gorgonzola. She was also invited, but she neither came to the banquet nor received her present. But as soon as all the others were seated at a table, after bestowing their gifts upon the little princess, she stole into the palace, disguised as a black cat, and hid herself under the cradle until the nurses and the cradle rockers had all turned their backs, and then she sprang out, and in an instant had stolen the little princess's heart and made her escape, only being chased by a few dogs and scullions on her way across the courtyard. Okay, so this is another version of the, Sleeping Beauty. Now we've got this princess mucked up because of a fairy that is spiteful. Once outside, she mounted her chariot and flew straight away to the North Pole, where she shut up her stolen treasure on the summit of the ice mountain and surrounded it with so many difficulties that she felt quite easy about its remaining there as long as the princess lived, and then she went home, chuckling at her success. As to the other fairies, they went home after the banquet without discovering that anything was amiss. Thank you for the follow, Katsu. Thank you. Where was I? And so the king and queen were quite happy. Sibella grew prettier day by day. She learnt everything a princess ought to know about the slightest trouble, and yet something always seemed lacking to make her perfectly charming. She had an exquisite voice, but whether her songs were grave or gay it did not matter. She did not seem to know what they meant, and everyone who heard her said, "She certainly sings perfectly, but there is no tenderness, no heart in her voice. Poor Sibella, how could there be when her heart was far away on the ice mountain?" And it was just the same with all the other things that she did. As time went on, in spite of the admiration of the whole court and the blind fondness of the king and queen, it became more and more evident that something was fatally wrong. For those who love no one cannot long be loved, and at last the king called a general assembly, and invited the fairies to attend, that they might, if possible, find out what was the matter. After explaining their grief as well as he could, he ended by begging them to see the princess for themselves. "It is certain," said he, "that something is wrong. What it is I don't know how to tell you, but in some way your work is imperfect." They all... Oh my gosh, my voice. They all assured him that, so far as they knew, everything had been done for the princess, and they had forgotten nothing that they could bestow on so good a neighbor as the king had been to them. After this they went to see Sibella, but they had no sooner entered her presence than they cried out with one accord, "Oh, horror! She has no heart!" On hearing this frightful announcement, the king and queen gave a cry of despair, and entreated the fairies to find some remedy for such an unheard-of misfortune. Thereupon the eldest fairy consulted her book of magic, which she always carried about with her, hung to her girdle by a thick silver chain, and there she found out at once that it was Gorgonzola who had stolen the princess's heart, and also discovered what the wicked old fairy had done with it. "What shall we do? What shall we do?" cried the king and queen in one breath. "Thank you for the follow, Alpha Koki." I don't know for sure, but we're going to say Alpha Koki. "You must certainly suffer much annoyance from seeing and loving Sibella, who is nothing but a beautiful image," replied the fairy, "and this must go on for a long time. But I think I see that, in the end, she will once more regain her heart. My advice is that you shall at once cause her portrait to be sent all over the world, and promise her hand and all her possessions to the prince who is successful in reaching her heart. Her beauty alone is sufficient to engage all the princes of the world in this quest." This was accordingly done, and Prince Mannikin heard that already 500 princes had perished in the snow and ice, not to mention their squires and pages, and that more continued to arrive daily, eager to try their fortune. God, how many princes exist? But okay. After some consideration, he determined to present himself at court, but his arrival made no stir, as his retinue was as inconsiderable as his stature, and the splendor of his rivals was great enough to throw even Farda Kinbrass himself into the shade. However, he paid his respects to the king very gracefully, and asked permission to kiss the hand of the princess in the usual manner, but when he said he was called Mannikin, the king could hardly repress a smile, and the princes who stood by openly shouted with laughter. Turning to the king, Prince Mannikin said with great dignity, "Pray laugh, if it pleases your majesty. I am glad that it is in my power to afford you any amusement, but I am not a plaything for these gentlemen, and I must beg them to dismiss any ideas of that kind from their minds at once." And with that, he turned upon the one who had laughed the loudest and proudly challenged him to single combat. This prince, who was called Fadassi, fun name, Fadassi or Fadas, kind of like fat ass. Love Suave. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling very calmed. I'm glad. That's kind of what we're after here. Fadas accepted the challenge very scornfully, mocking at Mannikin, whom he felt sure had no chance against himself. But the meeting was arranged for the next day. When Prince Mannikin quitted the king's presence, he was conducted to the audience hall of the Princess Sibella. The sight of so much beauty and magnificence almost took his breath away for an instant, but recovering himself with an effort, he said, "Lovely princess, irresistibly drawn by the beauty of your portrait, I come from the other end of the world to offer my services to you. My devotion knows no bounds, but my absurd name has already involved me in a quarrel with one of your courtiers. Tomorrow I am to fight this ugly, overgrown prince, and I beg you to honor the combat with your presence, and prove to the world that there is nothing in a name, and that you deign to accept Mannikin as your knight." It's 6 a.m. for you already? Oh, shoot. Ooh, sorry to hear that. Time really flies. Prince Short King versus Prince Fat Ass. They are always something. I will tell you, Fadasse is spelled Fadasse. But yeah, like, how do you not also hear fat ass in that? Anyway, um, when it came to this, the princess could not help being amused, for though she had no heart, she was not without humour. However, she answered graciously that she accepted with pleasure, which encouraged the prince to entreat further that she would not show any favour to his adversary. Also Gorgonzola, of course. Freaking heck. You gotta go. Sorry to hear that, Love Swab. I hope that you have gotten some rest. This is a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. I definitely know that feeling. I wish you the most luck. And, yeah, I've had that. Good luck. I hope that the day goes well. Get caffeine, have lots of snacks, stay hydrated, and try and keep active. If you can keep your body moving a little bits, not like go too hard, but just little bits, lots of movement slowly, it should help you stay awake. So good luck. But okay. Yeah, okay. Alas, said she, I favour none of these foolish people, who weary me with their sentiment and their folly. I do very well as I am, and yet from one year's end to another they talk of nothing but delivering me from some imaginary affliction. Not a word do I understand of all their pratings about love, and who knows what dull things besides which, I declare you, I cannot even remember. You have an exam for me? Oh my gosh. Good luck, Love Swab. Okay. Be nice to yourself. Do what you can to make your stress go down, because that's not going to make test any better. All the luck to you. Oh my gosh. Mannequin was quick enough to gather from his speech that to amuse and interest the princess would be a far surer way of gaining her favor than to add himself to the list of those who continually teased her about that mysterious thing called love, which she was so incapable of comprehending. So he began to talk of his rivals, and found in each of them something to make merry over, in which diversion the princess joined him heartily, and so well did he succeed in his attempt to amuse her, that before very long she declared that of all the people at court, he was the one whom she preferred to talk. This is so cute. A little funny short king is winning over this princess's non-heart. I like it. He's just a silly dude. I like it. The following day, at the time appointed for combat, when the king, the queen, and the princess had taken their places, and the whole court and the whole town were assembled to see the show, Prince Fadasse rode into the lists magnificently armed and accoutred, followed by 24 squires and 100 men-at-arms, each one leading a splendid horse, while Prince Mannikin entered from the other side, armed only with his spear, and followed by the faithful Musta. The contrast between the two champions was so great that there was a shout of laughter from the whole assembly. But when, at the sounding of a trumpet, the combatants rushed upon each other, and Mannikin, eluding the blow aimed at him, succeeded in thrusting Prince Fadasse from his horse and pinning him to the sand with his spear, it changed to a murmur of admiration. Ooh, Love Suave. So I'm going to try and finish this story, and then I'll redeem that. I'll read as fast as I can, but it's a beefier story than I thought when I clicked on it. It changed to a murmur of admiration, yes. So soon as he had him at his mercy... Okay, cool, thank you. So soon as he had him at his mercy, however, Mannikin, turning to the princess, assured her that he had no desire to kill anyone who called himself her courtier, and then he bade the furious and humiliated Fadasse rise and thank the princess to whom he owed his life. Then, amid the sounding of the trumpets and the shoutings of the people, he and Musta retired gravely from the lists. I'm also realizing, this sounds like the sort of fairy elements could just be the sort of like excuse that they make up because they don't understand, say, the princess being like demisexual. You know, she doesn't really get love, but, and I say demi and not ace because we do see that, like, probably the story ends happily, but maybe it's asexual. But I think that it would be really funny if that was that explanation for that. And then for our mannequin, fairies were used to explain away him just being adopted, or like something happening at birth, you know, like so someone else adopted him. But it's cute. Anyway, back to the story. The king soon sent for him to congratulate him upon his success, and to offer him a lodging in the palace, which he joyfully accepted. While the princess expressed a wish to have Musta brought to her, oh cute, and when the prince sent for him, she was so delighted with his courtly manners and his marvelous intelligence that she entreated Mannikin to give him to her for her own. The prince consented with alacrity, not only out of politeness, but because he foresaw that to have a faithful friend always near the princess might some day be of great service to him. All these events made Prince Mannikin a person of much more consequence at the court. Very soon after, there arrived upon the frontier the ambassador of a very powerful king, who sent to Farda Kinbrass the following letter, at the same time demanding permission to enter the capital in state to receive the answer. I, Branda Timor, to Fardas Kinbrass send greeting. If I had before this time seen the portrait of your beautiful daughter Sibella, I should not have permitted all these adventures and petty princes to be dancing attendants, and getting themselves frozen with the absurd idea of meriting her hand. For myself, I am not afraid of any rivals, and now I have declared my intention of marrying your daughter. No doubt they will at once withdraw their pretensions. My ambassador has orders, therefore, to make arrangements for the princess to come and be married to me without delay, for I attach no importance at all to the farrago of nonsense which you have caused to be published all over the world about this ice mountain. If the princess really has no heart, be assured that I shall not concern myself about it, since if anybody can help her to discover one, it is myself. My worthy father-in-law, farewell. Cocky frickin' letter, but okay. The reading of this letter embarrassed and displeased Farda Kinbrass and Bourbantine immensely. While the princess was furious at the insolence of the demand, they all three resolved that its contents must be kept a profound secret until they could decide what reply should be sent. But Musta contrived to send word of all that had passed to Prince Mannikin. He was naturally alarmed and indignant, and after thinking it over a little, he begged an audience of the princess, and led the conversation so cunningly up to the subject that was uppermost in her thoughts, as well as his own, that she presently told him all about the matter, and asked his advice as to what it would be best to do. This was exactly what he had not been able to decide for himself. However, he replied that he should advise her to gain a little time by promising her answer after the grand entry of the ambassador, and this was accordingly done. I'm so amazing that everyone will give up immediately, even though more than 500 have already gone to their deaths for her. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why, but as a dyslexic person, hearing someone else read is the best thing ever. Oh, I imagine, because then you don't have to have the, like, weight of... Is that what that says? You don't have to see all the words twisting around. You can just get the story part. I imagine that feels a lot better than trying to fight the dyslexia as you want to know the story. But anyway, okay. The ambassador did not at all like being put off after that fashion, but he was obliged to be content, and only said very arrogantly that so soon as his equipages arrived, as he expected they would do very shortly, he would give all the people of the city and the stranger princes with whom it was inundated an idea of the power and the magnificence of his master. Mannikin, in despair, resolved that he would for once beg the assistance of the kind fairy Genesta. He often thought of her, and always with gratitude, but from the moment of setting out he had determined to seek her aid only on the greatest occasions. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Words be flying around the pages, yeah. That very night, when he had fallen asleep, quite worn out with thinking over all the difficulties of the situation, he dreamed that the fairy stood beside him and said, "Mannikin, you have done very well so far. Continue to please me, and you shall always find good friends when you need them most. As for this affair with the ambassador, you can assure Sabella that she may look forward tranquilly to his triumphal entry, since it will all turn out well for her in the end." All right. The prince tried to throw himself at her feet to thank her, but awoke to find it was all a dream. Nevertheless, he took fresh courage and went next day to see the princess, to whom he gave many mysterious assurances that all would yet be well. He even went so far as to ask her if she would not be very grateful to anyone who would rid her of the insolent Brandatimidor. Oh, thank you for following Dorgan the Dragon. We have another dragon. But Brandatimor, that's his name? Yeah. To which she replied that her gratitude would know no bounds. Then he wanted to know what would be her best wish for the person who was lucky enough to accomplish it, to which she said that she would wish them to be as insensible to the folly called love as she was herself. Ooh. So she wants whoever to do this to be as detached about love or unable to comprehend it as anyone as herself. This was indeed a crushing speech to make to such a devoted lover as Prince Mannikin, but he concealed the pain it caused him with great courage. All right. Breathing fire, Fetster, dragons. And now the ambassador sent to say that on the very next day he would come in state to receive his answer. Oh, thank you for the follow. Man Panda Face. Fun. That's a fun name. And from the earliest dawn, the inhabitants were astir to secure the best places for the grand sight. But the good fairy Genesta was providing them an amount of amusement they were far from expecting. For she so enchanted the eyes of all the spectators that when the ambassador's gorgeous procession appeared, the splendid uniforms seemed to them miserable rags that a beggar would have been ashamed to wear. The prancing horses appeared as wretched skeletons, hardly able to drag one leg after the other. Oh! While their trappings, which really sparkled with gold and jewels, looked like old sheepskins that would not have been good enough for a plough horse. The pages resembled the ugliest sweeps. The trumpets gave no more sound than whistles made of onion stalks or combs wrapped in paper, while the train of 50 carriages looked no better than 50 donkey carts. In the last of these sat the ambassador, with the haughty and scornful air which he considered becoming in the representative of so powerful a monarch. For this was the crowning point of the absurdity of the whole procession, that all who took part in it wore the expression of vanity and self-satisfaction and pride in their own appearance, and all the surroundings which they believed their splendor amply justified. Wicked fairy, I love it. The laughter and howls of derision from the whole crowd rose ever louder and louder as the extraordinary cortege advanced, and at last reached the ears of the king as he waited in the audience hall. And before the procession reached the palace he had been informed of its nature, and supposing that it must be intended as an insult, he ordered the gates be closed. You may imagine the fury of the ambassador when, after all his pomp and pride, the king absolutely and unaccountably refused to receive him. I imagine that could start a war, though. This is a dangerous game for the fairy to be playing. He raved wildly both against the king and people, and the cortege retired in great confusion, jeered at and pelted with stones and mud by the enraged crowd. It is needless to say that he left the country as fast as horses could carry him, but not before he had declared war. See, with the most terrible menaces threatening to devastate the country with a fire and sword. Damn, this is not looking good. Some days after this disastrous embassy, King Bayard sent courtiers to Prince Mannikin with a most friendly letter, offering his services in any difficulty and inquiring with the deepest interest how he fared. So King Bayard, that's our dog, dude. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I worked on a design by Olivia. It's Olivia Design 2D or something, and we worked on the antlers. She designed the antlers. I gave some notes, and color corrected the character. But I love my model. Okay. Mannikin at once replied, relating all that had happened since they parted, not forgetting to mention the event which had just involved Farda Kinbrass and Branda Timor in this deadly quarrel, and he ended by entreating his faithful friend to dispatch a few thousands of his veteran spaniels to his assistance. Yeah, Olivia Live 2D, thank you. I'm not great at remembering that name. I just know Olivia in my head. Neither the king, the queen, nor the princess could in the least understand the amazing conduct of Branda Timor's ambassador. Nevertheless, the preparations for the war went forward briskly, and all the princes who had not gone on towards the ice mountain offered their services, at the same time demanding all the best appointments in the king's army. This is something I'm wondering. Why the heck isn't Mannikin off to the ice mountain? Why didn't he do that? It sounds like he believes the princess, that she's like, I don't think that that's real. And if so, that's cool. But anyway. Mannikin was one of the first to volunteer, but he only asked to go as aide-de-camp to the commander-in-chief, who was a gallant soldier and celebrated for his victories. As soon as the army could be got together, it was marched to the frontier, where it met the opposing force headed by Branda Timor himself, who was full of fury, determined to avenge the insult to his ambassador and to possess himself of the Princess Sibella. All the army of Farda Kinbrass could do, being so heavily outnumbered as to act upon the defensive, and before long Mannikin won the esteem of the officers. Hey, thanks for the chat. Thank you for follow. Oh, wow. Welcome to the stream. We're just reading our story. Before long, Mannikin won the esteem of the officers for his ability, and of the soldiers for his courage and care for their welfare, and in all the skirmishes which he conducted, he had the good fortune to vanquish the enemy. At last Branda Timor engaged the whole army in a terrific conflict, and though the troops of Farda Kinbrass fought with desperate courage, their general was killed, and they were defeated and forced to retreat with immense loss. Mannikin did wonders, and 6 times turned the retreating forces and beat back the enemy, and he afterwards collected troops enough to keep them in check until the severe winter setting in put an end to hostilities for a while. Hi, Vi. Welcome back in. Tetris says hi to them. We're getting this whole freaking like war story mixed into this. This is a long story with a bunch of stories inside of it. But I'm enjoying it. So the winter is ending the hostilities for a while. Greed or Gred 45, hello. He then returned to the court, where consternation reigned. The king was in despair at the death of his trusty general, and ended by imploring Mannikin to take command of the army, and his counsel was followed in all the affairs of the court. He followed up his former plan of amusing the princess and on no account reminding her that tedious thing called love, so that she was always glad to see him, and the winter slipped by gaily for both of them. The prince was all the while secretly making plans for the next campaign. He received private intelligence of the arrival of a strong reinforcement of spaniels, to whom he sent orders to post themselves along the frontier without attracting attention, and as soon as he possibly could, he held a consultation with their commander, who was an old, experienced warrior. Following his advice, he decided to have a pitched battle as soon as the enemy advanced, and this Brandatimor lost not a moment in doing, as he was perfectly persuaded that he was now going to make an end of the war and utterly vanquish Farda Kinbrass. But no sooner had he given the order to charge than the Spaniels, who had mingled with his troops unperceived, leaped each upon the horse nearest to him, and not only threw the whole squadron into confusion by the terror they caused, but springing at the throats of the riders, unhorsed many of them by the suddenness of their attack. Then turning the horses to the rear, they spread consternation everywhere, and made it easy for Prince Mannikin to gain a complete victory. The tiredness is catching up to you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I wish you the best of luck. I really can't say anything besides I just know that it's going to be tough, and I hope it goes better for you than I worry it will be. Keep calling me stepbro. You sound like you love forests and a vegan. Not a vegan, and forests are lovely. But there you go. So he's going to take over. Yeah, it's definitely a name. Where was I? But no sooner they charged, they attacked. Complete victory. Here we are. He met Brandatimor in single combat and succeeded in taking him prisoner, but he did not live to reach the court to which Mannikin had sent him. His pride killed him at the thought of appearing before Sibella under these altered circumstances. In the meantime, Prince Fedas and all the others who had remained behind were setting out with all speed for the conquest of Ice Mountain, being afraid that Prince Mannikin might prove as successful in that as he seemed to be in everything else. And when Mannikin returned, he heard of it with great annoyance. True, he had been serving the princess, but she only admired and praised him for his gallant deeds, and seemed no whit nearer bestowing on him the love he so ardently desired. And all the comfort of Musta could give him on the subject was that at least she loved no one else, and with that he had to content himself. But he determined that come what might, he would delay no longer, but attempt the great undertaking for which he had come so far. Fucking finally. But okay, here we go. When he went to take leave of the king and queen, they entreated him not to go, as they had just heard that Prince Fedas and all who accompanied him had perished in the snow. Oh no. But he persisted in his resolve. As for Sibella, mostly I said oh no, Prince Fedas. What do you think I just said? Yeah, I'm mostly sad because we won't be able to say Prince Fedas anymore. The name is spelt Fadassi, like Fadasse, so it also could be Fadassi, but give me some of that Fadassi. But it's Fedas, so I'm saying Fedas. Fedas. It's great. We have some amazing names. There it is. I knew you'd do it. Fadassi. We have some amazing names in this. We had Fairy Gorgonzola. Yes, Cheese Fairy. Someone dropped one of your rat cheese emotes by. It was perfect. And then you just screamed. Of course. I hope we didn't wake the kitties, but okay. And then, so, Gorgonzola, Fadussi, and our main dude is Mannikin. And his whole thing is everybody laughs at his name and stuff, and he's slowly getting over people judging him for his name. And it's kind of cute. But yeah, amazing names in this. There's some other names that are less, like, concerning, like Sabella, and such, but just great names sprinkled in. Okay, so he's not gonna leave. Yes. Prince Fadass and all who accompanied him had perished in the snow, but he persisted in his resolve. Well, I love it here. Thanks. Oh, do you like water? We had a different... I'm honestly, like, I don't know if I'm gonna get to these redeems. We've got a still chunk of story, and here we are talking about names. But anyway, he persisted in his resolve. Poor Prince Fadass, that big behind will never be forgotten. Yeah. Moment of silence for that cake. No. um, as for Sibylla, here we go. She gave him her hand to kiss with precisely the same gracious indifference as she had given it to him the first day they met. It happened that this farewell took place before the whole court, and so a great favorite had Prince Mannikin become that they were all indignant at the coldness with which the princess treated him. To which, finally, the king said to him, "Prince," which I'm going to hold up here, "we've always said, ooh, Vetster, can you, refund the last couple? I haven't been able to pull up the frickin' manager thingy. I would, I have to fiddle around with the streaming stuff and find it. Refund the last two that we had. I believe it was Love Suave and this thank you. And then if we do have time, you guys can request it again at the end, but I don't think we will. And I don't want to forget either. It's buried in the chat now. Sure, let's close redeems. You guys can just request it in chat maybe if we have time. Okay. But all right. So the king, and it's a whole giant chunk of words. So this is going to be a whole speech this king is going to say. Whew, shake it off. All right, here we go. Prince. All right, he's supposed to not know that he's a prince because he was like son of these people that were like, oh, you're such a loser, and they didn't even know that he was their son, and he was raised by fairies. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh, 9 Loverboy. That's a fun name too. So he shouldn't know that he's a prince. No one should know that he's a prince. Meow. Interlictotig. It's fun. So we're reading, and we have a whole speech coming from a king. So this is gonna be a moment, but I've jotted off on another tangent. Oh my gosh, focus. Raven. Okay. Prince, you have constantly refilled all the gifts which, in my gratitude for your invaluable services, I have offered to you. But I wish the princess to present you with her cloak of marten's fur, and that I hope you will not reject. Now this was a splendid fur mantle which the princess was very fond of wearing, not so much because she felt cold, as that its richness set off to perfection the delicate tints of her complexion and the brilliant gold of her hair. However, she took it off, and with great graceful politeness begged Prince Mannikin to accept it, which you may be sure he was charmed to do, and taking only this and a little bundle of all kinds of wood. Oh, thank you for another follow. 3D. I don't know. What do you mean? I am lost. I'm going to keep reading, but welcome. Enjoy if you do. She took it off. She offered it to him. But he only takes a bundle of wood, and accompanied only by 2 spaniels out of the 50 who had stayed with him when the war was ended. I look 3D. Oh yes, it's just well made 2D. Where was I? It was spaniels. He takes the spaniels, and they set forth, receiving many tokens of love and favor from the people in every town he passed through, because he's got to get all the way to the frickin' North Pole through the European mountains that he was in. At the last little village, he left his horse behind him to begin his toilful march through the snow, which extended blank and terrible in every direction as far as the eye could see. Here he had appointed to meet the other 48 spaniels, who received him joyfully, and assured him that, happen what might, they would follow and serve him faithfully. I don't like that. These poor puppies are gonna die, aren't they? Male emperor penguin cheese is possible. That sounds terrifying. Oh my god. No. Sorry. Story. Where were we? They received him joyfully, and they said they would go. And so they started, full of heart and hope. At first there was a slight track, difficult but not impossible to follow. But this was soon lost, and the pole star was their only guide. When the time came to call a halt, the prince, who had after much consideration decided on his plan of action, caused a few twigs from the, and this is a word that we're going to swap out for its meaning, bundle, the bundle of wood that he brought, that thing, with him to be planted in the snow, and then he sprinkled over them a pinch of the magic powder he had collected from the enchanted boat. Such a callback, way, way, way back. There was a magic boat. Moving along. Okay, here we go. Sprinkled on that. To his great joy, they instantly began to sprout and grow, and in a marvelously short time the camp was surrounded by a perfect growth of trees of all sorts, which blossomed and bore ripe fruit, so that all their wants were easily supplied, and they were able to make huge fires to warm themselves. The prince then sent out several spaniels to reconnoitre. That's a very French-looking word, and I'm like, how English? And they had the good luck to discover a horse laden with provisions stuck fast in the snow, probably Fat Ass's horse. They at once fetched their comrades and brought the spoil triumphantly into the camp, and as it consisted most principally of biscuits, not a spaniel among them went supperless to sleep. What? How English? Yeah, sorry, because it looked like a French word. I don't know what I'm supposed to say in English. So all the puppies got their biscuits. Yay. In this way, they journeyed by day and encamped safely at night, always remembering to take on a few branches to provide them with food and shelter. They passed by the way armies of those who had set out upon the perilous enterprise, who stood frozen stiffly, without sense or motion. But Prince Mannikin strictly forbade that any attempt should be made to thaw them. So they went on and on for more than 3 months, and day by day the ice mountain, which they had seen for a long time, grew clearer, until at last they stood close to it, and shuddered at its height and steepness. But by patience and perseverance they crept up, foot by foot, aided by their fires of magic wood, without which they must have perished in the intense cold, until presently they stood at the gates of the magnificent ice palace. Ooh, so they made it, which crowned the mountain, where in deadly silence and icy sleep lay the heart of Sabella. Yeah, well, there's 50 spaniels that this man is bringing as his army and his help up this mountain, and they mention, oh, don't worry, all the doggos got their food, nobody went to bed hungry. Like, that's perfect. Okay, so Sabella's heart, they're making their way to it. Now the difficulty became immense, for if they maintained enough heat to keep themselves alive, they were in danger every moment of melting the blocks of ice of which the palace was entirely built, and bringing the whole structure down upon their heads. But cautiously and quickly they traversed courtyards and halls until they found themselves at the foot of a vast throne, where, upon a cushion of snow, lay an enormous, brilliantly sparkling diamond, which contained the heart of the lovely Princess Sabella. Upon the lowest step of the throne was inscribed in icy letters, "Whosoever thou art who by courage and virtue canst win the heart of Sabella, enjoy peacefully the good fortune which thou hast richly deserved." Prince Mannikin bounded forward, and had just strength left to grasp the precious diamond which contained all he coveted in the world, before he fell insensible upon the snowy cushion. But his good spaniels lost no time in rushing to the rescue, and between them they bore him hastily to the hall, and not a moment too soon, for all around them they heard the clang of the falling blocks of ice as the fairy palace slowly collapsed under their unwonted heat. Not until they reached the foot of the mountain did they pause to restore the prince to consciousness, and then his joy to find himself the possessor of Sabella's heart knew no bounds. Yay! Can I just say that your voice is very calming? It's almost fluffy. Like marshmallows. That's really cute. Someone else called me motherly tonight, and you call me marshmallowy. I think that those are fun. Mother marshmallow. Intriguing. I don't think I'd ever heard those adjectives on my voice yet. So fun. Okay, we're nearly done. I see the end. We're almost there. With all speed, they began to retrace their steps, but this time the happy prince could not bear the sight of his defeated and disappointed rivals, whose frozen forms lined his triumphant way. He gave orders to his spaniels to spare no pains to restore them to life. Bratty Cthulhu. Yes. Yes, they did. They said motherly, but that's what I was thinking. Gave orders his spaniels to spare no pains to restore them to life, and so successful were they that day by day his train increased. So he just revived these frozen men. They're all alive. Holy crap. But I guess fairy magic and such. He is working with a bunch of men that turned into spaniels, so alright. So that by the time he got back to the little village where he had left his horse, he was escorted by 500 sovereign princes and knights and squires without number, and he was so courteous and unassuming that they all followed him willingly, anxious to do him honor. Wow. You're just proving the point of my scientific research. I remember, yes. Motherly is cute, mommy is hot. I think that's the difference. Yeah, basically. You'll have to ask them what they thought. Boda Garrett, thank you for the follow. So he's got a bunch of people. But then he was so happy and blissful himself that he found it easy to be at peace with all the world. It was not long before he met the faithful Musta, who was coming at the top of his speed, hoping to meet the prince, that he might tell him of the sudden and wonderful change that had come over the princess, who had become gentle and thoughtful, and had talked to him of nothing but Prince Mannequin. He did it. Of the hardships she feared he might be suffering, and of her anxiety for him, and all this with 100 fonder expressions, which put the finishing stroke to the prince's delight. Oh, I see. Gotta go now. Okay, Love Swav, good luck with your exam. Oh my gosh, good luck. I'm so nervous for you. Oh, thank you for the follow, Nahun. I don't know how to say that for sure. Yes. You know what? Let's drop some loves to Love Swav. He's got a tough exam situation because he didn't get any sleep. Send him some love, people, if you want to do the chat. Okay. So okay. Everything's going well. The princess is worried about the prince. It's great. Sending caffeine pills. Perfect. Then came a courier bearing the congratulations of the king and queen, who had just heard of his successful return, and there was even a graceful compliment from Sabella herself. Ooh, okay. The prince sent Musta back to her, and he was welcomed with joy, for was he not her lover's present? Ooh, that's true. Okay, look at this. They're almost there. It's almost happy love forever, yay. But at last the travelers reached the capital and were received with regal magnificence. Farda Kinbrass and Bourbantine embraced Prince Mannequin. I'm realizing I have to heart this particular story because it was just a heckin' fun one to read. I want to remember it. Bourbantine embraced Prince Mannequin, declaring that they regarded him as their heir and the future husband of the princess, to which he replied that they did him too much honor, and then he was admitted into the presence of the princess, who for the first time in her life blushed as he kissed her hand. Cute. Oh no, there's a whole bunch of people coming in to raid. We're gonna have to pause the story a little bit while they pop in. But thank you, raiders. Oh, thank you, Boda Garrett, for raiding in. I appreciate it. Don't panic. Hello. Thank you. Oh, everybody says don't panic. That's making me panic. Thank you for the shout out there. Yeah, you do that. Thank you, Boda Garrett, for sending people in. Yes, send them some love. Check them out. It's a party. Yeah, you just doubled my my viewers right now. It's great. Reading Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Oh, fun! We are reading a very interesting fairy tale, and we're in just the very last stretch. You're here for the happy ending, so thanks. Oh, thank you for the new followers. Thank you. Geez, I reached my 200 follows earlier in the stream, and now I'm already at 222. This is crazy. Just remember, if you think you're gonna panic, don't. Oh, right, yes, okay. Thank you for that follow. Well, it's about to be 223, I think, but yeah, it was a fun number. So summary so far of this story. We start off with this frivolous king and queen pair. Thank you, Nani. That's too nice almost, but thank you. We start off with this frivolous king and queen pair, and they have a christening for their baby boy. Oh yes, go sleep, go rest finally. Enjoy yourself. Thank you for sending your people here. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you for another follow. My gosh. But the christening's gonna happen, and so the king and queen know that they need to invite all the fairies, but the queen had to write out a giant list of fairies to invite, and as the king is reading it, he's like stumbling, and fairies are already arriving while he's not even done reading out the invitations that gets them to show up, and then fairies got mad that they didn't answer. It was a whole mess. So it feels a little bit like Sleeping Beauty that way. The fairies needed to be invited and ego fluffed. But the fairy says, there's a fairy that's very nice to them, very helpful, and she's like, hey, I got you, I'll look after this. And then when the party's over, she's like, why didn't you invite me though? And King was like, oh my gosh, we tried. And she's like, it's okay, but you guys are a mess. I'm gonna take your son and I'm gonna raise him somewhere else. I'm gonna give him to another family and I'm gonna look after him and he's gonna be great. And she does, and she's been watching after him this whole time. And so then she settles herself to looking after him. He's gonna go out on adventures. He finds out about this pretty princess. They say you have to win her heart. You have to get it out of this ice is what he eventually learns, so that she has a heart, because she didn't have one. It was detached from her. He's going across the world. He started in, they say in the story, where Japan is now. He started over there, and he needed to get to a mountain range between Asia and Europe. He's taken a long time to get there. Part of his weird adventures was part of his weird adventures led him to this land of dogs, and that dog king had a run-in with a bad fairy. The princess with the ice, she had a bad christening story where an angry fairy just didn't like, well, she wasn't christening, the angry fairy just didn't like that her parents were happy, and so she was like, well, fuck you, I'm gonna make sure your child suffers, and just stole the baby's heart. And so like everybody's like, you better have fairy friends because things go wrong when you don't. Oh my gosh. So our dude has gone through so much. He's met some people with some crazy names. He himself has a pretty weird name. His name is Mannequin because the woof, monotone trilogy, great. His name is Mannequin because the fairy that was mad actually like muttered that in part of her like curse. But yeah, so this guy is a prince. It's unclear if he should know if he's a prince or not, but I think he shouldn't, and yet we refer to him as a prince the whole time because he was, like I said, sent to live with somebody else. But he's done it. He and his dogs have marched up this ice mountain. They got the heart. They've come down. They're about to go and see her, and we're gonna get there. Spoop time. Thank you for the follow. That's a fun name. He's done it. He's got the heart of the princess, and one of the little dog people from the dog kingdom that he had left behind to hang out with the princess, he comes running up and he's like, oh my gosh, dude, she's gotten so much better. She's having emotions. And so it's looking good. But here we are. At last the travelers reached the capital and were received with regal magnificence. Farda Kinbrass, the king, and Bourbantine, that's the queen, embraced Prince Mannikin, our hero, declaring that they regarded him as their heir and the future husband of the princess, Sibella, to which he replied that they did him too much honor, and then he was admitted into the presence of the princess, who for the first time in her life blushed as he kissed her hand, because until now she hasn't had a heart, so she doesn't know what love is, and she's just like a little bit detached. And she could not find a word to say, but the prince, throwing himself on his knees beside her, held out the splendid diamond, her heart, because her heart is stuck in the diamond, saying, "Madam, this treasure is yours, since none of the dangers and difficulties I have gone through have been sufficient to make me deserve it." Thank you for the follow. What sound does a deer even make? Sound does a giraffe make? Sound does a giraffes don't have vocal cords. Different deer make different noises. There's lots of clicking, and there's not too far off from goats sometimes. Sloth? I'm not sure about sloth. But okay. Isn't the Heart of Ice the one the girl gives Max a Sharp Boy Love Girl movie? Great. Bleeding, yes. Bah, is it not quite it, but it can be like that. There's also like a deer screaming thing. Anyway. Alright. So, hey, I haven't earned it yet. And then, Prince, said she, "If I take it, it is only that I may give it back to you, since truly it belongs to you already." Oh my gosh, they're so cute. Don't let that one fairy see, she'll take your heart again. Liquor and Poker. Interesting name. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. We're just collecting followers tonight. Yeah, they don't have vocal cords and their tongues are blue. It's weird. Giraffes are aliens. Really, they seem to be. Okay, so at this moment, in came the king and queen and interrupted them by asking all the questions imaginable, and not infrequently the same ones over and over again. I imagine 500 people had been left off, theoretically to their death. 500 princes, and who knows how many of their attendants and stuff had left to their deaths. And as the prince came back, he actually thawed all of them and saved all of them. So it's insane. He's probably got 1,000+ people coming along back with him. What happened is a very fair freaking question. Anyway, okay. It seems that there is always one thing that is sure to be said about an event by everybody, and Prince Mannikin found the question, which he was asked by more than 1,000 people on this particular occasion, was, "And didn't you find it very cold?" Anybody that's been to the north, to the Arctic Circle and stuff, they'll tell you, yeah, that's all they ask. Here he is. He got back from North Pole. I know way too much about animals. I know a couple of weird things about a couple of different animals. Teach me your ways, master. Well, live in a forest. Step 1. Free AC. Yeah. Excessive. The king had come to request Prince Mannikin and the princess follow him to the council chamber, which they did, not knowing that he meant to present the prince to all the nobles assembled there as his son-in-law and successor. They ain't even dating. Oh my gosh, you're already presenting him like this? I mean, she does love him now, but it's like, dude, moving quick. The story has been a wild ride, and still a little bit left. You ain't even been listening. I mean, fair. It's chaos, and I've been interrupting a lot. You can lose track. But when Mannikin perceived his intention, he begged permission to speak first, and told his whole story, even to the fact that he believed himself to be a peasant's son. Okay, see, yeah, so he didn't even know that he was a prince. Scarcely had he finished speaking when the sky grew black, and thunder growled, and the lightning flashed, and in the blaze of light, the good fairy Genesta suddenly appeared. So this is the fairy that's been looking after him this whole time. Genesta finally appears. Turning to Prince Mannikin, she said, "I am satisfied with you, since you have shown not only courage, but a good heart." Then she addressed King Farda Kinbrass, and informed him of the real history of the prince, and how she had determined to give him the education she knew would be best for a man who was to command others. You have already found the advantage of having a faithful friend, she added to the prince, aka the dogs. And now you will have the pleasure of seeing King Bayard and his subjects regain their natural forms as a reward for his kindness to you. Oh, that's great! And they did say that the solution was to love, and maybe this is just like friendly love. There you go. Ooh, honestly, my headache is making me black out every 5 minutes. Oh my gosh, Bratty, go and rest. You can watch me later. Oh my gosh, take care of yourself. I've been listening because I'm too focused on your nice voice and my sides hurting from laughing. Thank you. Yeah, that ain't good. His headache is really bad. I'm just really tired. It's fine. I'm a tough cookie. Cookies crumble. It doesn't matter if you're a tough cookie. Do you need to put yourself through this? No. So you can be nice to yourself. We want you to take care of yourself. You're just hungover. Oh yeah, I remember. I did a tipsy stream last night and Bratty was there and drinking tequila. So yeah, I took an Advil first thing in the frickin' morning and I've been drinking lots of water and that helps. But I'm sure I'm gonna pass out hard tonight. Yeah. Still, take care of yourself. We're gonna wrap this up soon, but even if you need to leave early, you can watch the VODs later. It will be up. Okay. I missed last stream depression. It's fine. It's up. You can watch it. It's on my YouTube. It's on Twitch. Ryan Andrew. Hi everyone. I'm tuning in from a hospital bed because I ate something that I shouldn't have. Oh gosh. Ooh. Well, I'm glad that you're okay. Drank a lot of water and ending up more dehydrated. Oh yikes, Bratty. Thanks for the YT there. YouTube link right there. Everybody, take care of yourself as best you can. Ryan Andrew, I know that you're doing your best. I hope that you are feeling better. Oh my gosh. Okay, we've just got a little bit more of the story left, my guys. And all you sleepy folks, you can wrap up and not be torturing yourself anymore. So I'm going to try and focus. Yes, so King Bayard and his subjects will regain their natural forms. The dogs are going to be people again. Hey, yeah. Y'all follow the YT, but I like listening live. That's fair. I had a 6.75 ounce bottle of orange juice for dinner. Don't tell me what to do. Girl dinner. Look, a distraction. Literally what you're doing to me. Stop intentionally. My focus isn't good enough for this. I will respond to chat first. I had a bottle of Sprite for breakfast. I had a spoonful of apple juice. Applesauce, not apple juice. Anyway, okay. Focus. Okay. Just then arrived a chariot drawn by Ego. Oh my gosh, a whole new first time chat. Hi, I wanted to tell you that I barely know you and I already like you. Greetings from Argentina. Hello, welcome, squirrel. I did it again, I did. There are dogs in the story. I'm just taking on the spaniel life. Well, thank you for joining us from Argentina. Thank you. We like you too already. Thank you. Okay. Literally less than 3 paragraphs. I can do this. Oh, looks like you got an up dog between your hands. Oh, what's an up dog? Hey, Obsidian, guess what? What? You guys, you're torturing me. I'm waiting for your response. I need you to respond. I won't be able to do the story, and this is the point, I'm sure, but I can't. Please. You're laughing at me. Little giggling frog that I made. I do this to myself. Oh, hey, more bits. Well, thank you for more bits. That's very nice of you. Never mind. Oh, fuck you. I love it, but fuck you. Everybody's gonna cheer at the bits. Oh, that's good. Beaker 19, little Pat's cool. Oh my gosh, okay. Bwahaha, you little. Okay. Focus, Raven, focus. Alright. Just then arrived. I've started this sentence so many times. Just then arrived a chariot. No, not another message. We've been postponing the ending for quite a while now. Did I hear more bits? I did. I said you made more bits. That was great. Did you notice that? Yes, I freaking noticed that, Bratty. You little shits. I want to know what happens to Prince the Fiduci. It looks like he got thawed out and nothing else is said. That's all we get to know. The ADHD is hard with this. Did you say you wanted more bits? Well, I didn't ask for it, but I do love them. Monies is nice. we appreciate monies. I'm quite broke. We had a whole chat about yen and stuff earlier. We will be back right after this commercial break. Money. Oh my god, no. Oh my god. Money. Fuck, my tummy started hurting from the laughter. Oh no. Mr. Krabs. I like money. Yes. 1K bits. It's nuts. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate it. You're very, very generous. I like it. In other news, the more certified hood classic, quirked up white boy goated with the sauce known as Lil Glizzy is now the official owner of the Rizzler One Piece treasure. I don't know what that's from, but it's almost like Obsidian is being distracted. I'm not sure though, just a feeling. I wonder. You feeling it now, Mr. Crab? Why, that was unfair. You don't get to refer to that in the streams. It's not fair. Where's my crying? I am crying from laughter. So I'm just, the model is glitching out just because I can't sit still and I'm moving around and leaning in. Yes, we're crying. Okay. That's a cool thing you made up. Fetster, thank you for dropping the money emote for Steven. We should be dropping more money emotes because, you're wheezing so bad. You hear me wheezing where I am. We should be dropping the money emotes whenever someone is dropping monies like that. When they're gifting things, when they do the bits, when they buy something, we drop our little money emotes that started, when Death Noah was buying me a bunch of stuff, was being a bit of a sugar daddy, really. So we drop the monies, for Aug whenever that happens. Raid Beefalo, that's a fun name. Sugar Daddy, where? No, this is a mommy stream. Get out. The cheese rats. Good for bye. Okay. Mommy? We've already said this. Oh my god. I knew it. I knew you would. What are the little dogs? All I see is ADHD crackhead. Was there another throne gift? Did I mix it? What? I broke because I did the angry emote, but it takes a minute because it's slow to respond. Don't tell me someone gave me another gift. Someone gave me a mic. We did do that. That was Scratch Fury, right? But that was so long ago. Enjoy Mousepad. My brain didn't pick that. Steven, thank you for that. I appreciate it. It'll mean that I can, see the stuffs better. You didn't see the throne alert? I didn't either, evidently. I don't know why. But you guys are so nice. It was small up in the corner. I need to resize things probably. I don't want that alert to take over the whole screen, but it does need to be bigger. You see it in the activity feed. Oh, I don't have that listed. I need to do that. She finally forgot she was reading. You are, and then you're mean, and then you're nice, and then you're mean. And yes, I do need to get back to reading, but I'm just responding to all of you. I normally end this stream at 2 a.m. It is nearly 3 a.m. because of this fucking story taking forever, you little shits. Oh, yeah, probably I was distracted, crying, laughing. Stall 2 more hours, stall 2 more hours. Literally, you're gonna get there. It usually takes me at least 5 minutes to say goodbye, so this is gonna be a while. Being nice is just to cover up with being bad. In this stream, clearly you guys are. That's exactly what you're doing. You're being mean to me and then being nice. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Yeah, Vi, it's 3 a.m. Welcome, sack of shit. Thank you, sack of shit. Error, train of thought was lost in transit. Yep. 2:51 a.m. gang. Yeah. Bratty Cthulhu, you're not being mean, Steven. No, we're joking. We're joking because they were making fun of me and then you were being nice and everything was saying nice things. Why is everything so funny, Violet? Because it's 2:50 a.m. That's why it's funny. Because we have not slept. Because we do this to ourselves. And because you used the frickin' callback to frickin' Mr. Krabs. Ugh. I should have grabbed a gummy before this. You could have. Ma'am, I think you lost this. Hands her attention back. I have to type this because that's just what the format does. You'll see my response. And I have to type with one hand. Oh. There you go. Okay. I may not make it. You might not. I believe in you. We have to finish this story. You got Skittles? That's good. You should sleep. We all should. Sour Skittles, even freaking better, Stephen. Hell yeah. Less than 3 paragraphs to go. Yes. Nerd. Who's the nerd? I love it. Who's the nerd? Let me hug them. Oh, was it me? I don't know. What are you doing with the other hand? Alrighty. You'll never know. No. Well, actually, I'm gripping this microphone and holding it right up to my face. And it's a nice, solid, cylindrical object with a nice, soft little head. Putting it right up to my head. Sour Skittles good till they cut my mouth. Oh yeah, that'll happen. I'm a nerd. Yes, bad. Now where my hug at? Ayo. Oh, I don't have a hug. Spicy stream redeem. Yes, we got it. We will be doing that. Little Brobsidian be down past night. Oh, why are you all here exactly when we should be losing energy? I've got like so much energy now. I'm not going to be able to fall asleep after this. You've done this to me. At least I'll get some homework done trying to figure out how to sort out being able to see redeems and things, I guess. I don't know. What was that? Oh, put that away. I don't care about that. Okay. We share neurons in this chat. Yeah, there's only 3 brain cells. It's so fine. Don't say sorry, Stephen. You're being great. You've been great. I flinched when you said bad. Psst, psst, psst. Good. Last night's stream wasn't spicy enough. It was something. Just mentioned it because it sounded like it was starting early. It does. It's because I'm overtired and you guys are being chaos. Neurons being the bare minimum to say it's plural. So, too. I want even 3,000. So, okay, Stephen. So you just wanted an even. I like the look of an even number, so thank you. Yes. Why did I miss last stream? All you have to do is watch the 5-hour VOD from last night. But good news, we got through half the game. There will definitely be another one. I just have to buy the monies. Yeah, I totally get it, Stephen. That would bug me too. You didn't need to, but I get it. I appreciate it. Okay, shut up, chat. You're freaking noisy. I have to not look at you for 2 minutes so I can finish the fucking story. I mean, hold on. I'll just be right back after I recalibrate my brain. Okay. No, you're fine, Steven. You know you can't stop like, I know you're too pretty. No. Okay. We're too schmexy. See, I knew you would say it. Okay, here we go. Shut up. Chaos in my brain. And over there. Okay. Head pats. Oh, yes, thank you, Beaker. I need that. Okay. Okay, cool. See. Alright. Just then, if we can finish this freaking sentence. It is a long sentence. It's a run-on sentence, but we can do it. Alright, we're playing musical brain cells. Every few seconds we lose a brain cell, so there's only one. That is totally it. Oh my god. Oh my god, the voices, they don't stop. In this case, it's visual voices, all of you. If I could hear you in my headphones while I was reading, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Oh my god. Okay. Just then, arrived by a chariot drawn by eagles, which proved to contain the foolish king and queen. Those motherfuckers we saw ages ago. Oh my gosh, at the very start that we haven't heard from hardly at all. Yeah, it would be a nightmare. Oh my gosh. Okay. The foolish king and queen, who embraced their long-lost son with great joy and were greatly struck with the fact that they did indeed find him covered with fur. He was wearing the princess's fur mantle to be cute and stay warm. Welcome to Emerald Lake, Alvaro. Thank you for the follow. One more minute. We failed. We did. We failed. I interrupted the sentence again. Fuck. We're going to keep going. They embraced their son, and they were greatly struck with the fact that he was indeed covered with fur. So, yeah. Okay, we did finish the sentence. Yay. All right. While they were caressing Sabella and wringing her hands, which is a favorite form of endearment with foolish people. Okay, weird burn, but fine. Chariots were seen approaching from all points of the compass, containing numbers of fairies. Try bot to get distracted. You won't last. Try not to get distracted. You won't last 5 minutes. Literally, I won't. I won't. Okay. A bunch of fairies are showing up. Okay, cool. Sire, said Genesta to Farda Kinbrass, I have taken the liberty of appointing your court as a meeting place for all the fairies who could spare the time to come, and I hope you can arrange to hold the great ball, which we have once in 100 years on this occasion. 4 hours. Clap, clap, clap. Challenge level impossible. Congrats, guys. You made it to 4 hours. The one last night was 5 hours, but I don't want to be taking that long tonight. Oh my gosh. If I take another hour to say this last paragraph, I'm going to be mad. I am mad in the way that it's crazy. This needs to be a 30-minute long clip. Honestly, go for it. Someone do it. Whoever one of you is like, oh, I'll stay up, do it. Hey, Obsidian, what's 6 divided by 3, 1 plus 2? Do you want me to read it in order of the chat or in bedmass? What do you want for that math order of operations? Bedmass. Okay. 3 times 3, 6. 6 divided by 6 is 1. There you go. Done. Technically your division should be clearer, but I took it as the 3 times that instead of a 6 over 3 times 1 plus 2, which would be slightly different. But anyway, okay. Sire, said Genesta to Farda Kinbrass, I have taken the liberty of appointing your court as a meeting place for all the fairies. Oh yeah, I already said that. Darn. That worked well. The king have suitably acknowledged the honor. The king, having suitably acknowledged the honor done him, was next reconciled to Gorgonzola. Oh, that fairy, the cheese bish. And they two presently opened the ball together. And this was Math Lessons with Raven. Back to our regularly scheduled programming, which is consistently interrupting our regularly scheduled programming. Yeah, Gorgonzola. She, I guess, reconciled and such. Cool. And they two presently opened the ball together. The fairy Marcentine restored their natural forms to King Bayard and all his subjects. Whoop whoop. Are they happy? You think I skipped a page? I don't think I did. Don't make me. No, this is all one long stream. It's online. It's not a paper, so I know where I'm at. Don't even. But the The dogs are people again, and he appeared once more as a handsome king as you could wish to see. As handsome a king as you could wish to see. One of the fairies immediately dispatched her chariot for the Queen of the Spice Islands, and their wedding took place at the same time as that of Prince Mannikin and the lovely and gracious Sibella. Oh, a double wedding! Oh. They lived happily ever afterwards, and their vast kingdoms were presently divided between their children. Stop it. Stop doing this to me. You're not going to get me. There's no pages. But I will say, I am going to distract myself right now. Do you think Queen of the Spice Islands knew that he was a dog this whole time? Do you think he's going to act like a dog? Is it going to be kind of like Beauty and the Beast, where we're like, are you just a furry? Is it going to be that? Stalling professionals at your service, ma'am. If you need us to stall, just give us a call. Hands a business card. Yeah, Tim's hat. Marvel, you did it. Look at that. Would you look at the time? It's fucking 3 a.m. Anyway. There's stuff stuck in my throat because of drinking. My whole throat will get upset, but here we go. Okay. Model, stop doing weirdness. Do you enjoy sleeping? Yes, I do. I sleep too much. So shut up. I've got to raid Target if you want. We will need to raid. We do have to do that. But, okay. Literally 2 sentences. 2 sentences. Can we do this? Okay, so they've gotten married on the same day, double wedding. They lived happily ever afterwards, and their vast kingdoms were presently divided between their children. Vet knows every... Vet really does. 1 hour later. No. Okay. That needs to be a clip. The sudden severe voice drop. Sorry. Okay. Last sentence. God damn it. We can do it. The prince, out of grateful remembrance of the Princess Sibella's first gift to him, bestowed the right of bearing her name upon the most beautiful of the martens, and that is why they are called sables to this day. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, thank you, Vulcanite, for joining. When cyan is green, what meter is 72? What the fuck? But we did it. We finished it. And so cute of a story. Princess Sibella and her marten fur mantle is why some martens, if you don't know, they're like little weaselly things, they're called sables. So there you go. The prettiest of martens is a sable. And that's why they call it that. That's a cute... I love stories, which is probably why probably comes from the indigenous stories that I love, where it's like, and that's why that is like this to this day. It's so fun. Go to line 4. Finishing the story was even better. Line 4 and 12 characters in. Well, it's going to be a mighty scroll backwards, I'll tell you that. And technically, if I go full screen versus lesser, whatever, but we're going to say it's the window that I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 characters in. What letter is it? Everybody drop your predictions. Drop a letter or a spacebar. That's a character too. What is the character going to be? I'll count it out. Drop your prediction. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, wait, you said 12. What did I do? Oops. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I see F, U, and B, and F. It was T. It was the word the just starting. It was the third word in the line, 12 character. I went overboard, I did. I got distracted. I was like, and now we're counting. And I probably would have counted all the way through that line. Spilled the tea. Yep. Okay. Oh, I'm going to finally get rid of the heart of ice on the thing because we're no longer reading. We did manage to fucking finish it. Oh my god. But I did really like the story, despite it being very difficult to get to the end of because of you guys. Who Don't make me fight you. Interlictatig. This has been tremendously entertaining, but you're gonna head to bed. Of course, Betster. Who wants to have the raid recommendation, though? Whichever one of you tells me first. Gotta put me in the timeout corner. I would. Quistina, you got it. We're going to Quistina. You were too slow, Bratty, if you had a recommendation. Just too slow. Oh my gosh. Sleep time soon. For a book and a movie time. I sent some recommendations on Discord. That sounds great. We'll look into that another time. Okay, here we go. We're gonna raid on over. Oh, cool that you guys were thinking the same thing. I'm gonna put up my ending, because I'm gonna end the stream at the end. I am streaming tomorrow. We're doing origami in the first stream. We're gonna do more fairy tales at night in the second stream, like we've done before. So, join me again. I've got VODs up on YouTube as soon as I can, but they stay up on Twitch easier. I've got one VOD that just is not uploading to YouTube. It's being annoying, and so I think I'm gonna have to figure that out. But anyway, other stuff is up. Feel free to join me when you want. All right, here we go. Starting the raid. We've got our messages. Gotta make sure we've got the cozy frog message copied so that we can paste it. Okay, here we go.